Swing. Swing.
All right. Are we live on the YouTube yet? Let me pop out the chat. I want to try just one quick bug for Githium. And then we'll switch to Vexilla stuff. Git pull origin, man. Wait, hold on. Wrong folder. All right, so let me get a soda. It's got a bit of the residue on it from yesterday. It'll be fine. All right, so yeah, let me pop this open. So the main gist that we're running into is we go next, we go generate. And we click enable video. It should be cached to where that's quick. And we download the MP4. And I don't even know if we have a valid MP4 anymore. It does play with QuickTime. Hold on, so did I fix it? I thought we still had a bug here. So the key is, can I post this to social media now? And what up, Ayush? How you doing? Wait, so do y'all see that? Like, why is it grayed out? What's up, Ethan? Oh, okay, so never mind, I fixed it. Oh, I thought this was still a bug. Okay. All right, then. Maybe it just doesn't share to Blue Sky. Let me just test this over on the Windows machine and double check. Yeah, we might not need to spend any time on this. Yeah, damn. No, it's done. Yeah, we're ready to publish. Sweet. All right. Okay. Yeah, so I'll do a post tomorrow to Hacker News, Product Hunt, and Dev Hunt. No, we're not ready to publish Waltr. We're ready to publish Githium, which is the thing you're seeing on screen right now. Technically, it's already like published, but adding video support and some other things, we had some bugs, and we have not done like a post to Hacker News or any of that stuff. So we'll do that tomorrow and see how much we get roasted. But okay, so yeah, never mind. I thought we still had a bug with that. Okay, just formatting stuff, so we don't worry about that. Sweet. Yeah, and the big part is like it's a GIF, you know? Like that's the whole point, like generating the GIF. Adding MP4 support was after the fact. Alrighty. So we can close Githium. Yeah, no worries, Ethan. We'll see you soon. Token is not expired, which is good. But something seems broken. Oh, okay, cool. So yeah, these two graphs, they are just placeholders. They're using dummy data. Let's style them a bit better. All right, so no matter what, they're not going side by side. But they should be at this screen size. Is it because of our padding? Padding shouldn't be having that effect. Yeah. Oh. Nope. That's it. Yep, that was it. All right, so then, yeah, I like the P4 still. Well, yeah, the gap ends up breaking things. So instead, we would need the padding. And then we're good to go there. Right, so then we get some spacing there. Yeah, I'm okay with that. And hey, W Say Laser. Thank you for the follow. I like that name. Uh, what are you saying, Aish? So yeah, I think the biggest thing I want to do here is I'm good, Aish. Yeah, nah, I'm good. Yeah, I want to get all of the other stuff in the summary listed out. We'll go do a very similar like summary kind of thing for quotas because I don't think we have a view of that yet. Right, so then yeah, quota details will get similar with mocked graph data. Then we'll actually think about the graph data that we actually want to output. And we'll probably have to mess with those API endpoints. But we'll do the delete modals first. All right, so yeah, we need to look at like some type of loader as well. It should be theoretically pretty fast. But yeah, we'll do a loader. All right, so yeah, looking at what the summary does, let's go into it. So we got a section for Overdraftable. The type. What the formatting is going to look like. What else do we need in a balance? So notify on overdraft, we only show if we have overdraftable selected. At which point I think overdraftable probably makes more sense order-wise, and it's the last bit. Okay, so hold on. Yeah. This might be... Like, we got to think about what goes into the smaller version of it versus the larger version of it. So we're going to have a prop coming into the summary, and we call it show all. We're not using that yet. Okay, and then Yeah, we almost need to, like, we have a utility function for this. I'm not sure where I have that though. Like here in currency, format internal currency. But business settings is not it. So right, so we do something like that. So that is a balance currency config. Quota currency config? Unit config. This one is always suffixed. All right, so this is not quite the same, right? If is percentage, oh, actually, that looks good. I think it nailed it. I'm not sure overdraftable matters here. All right, so there we go. So we get back to balance summary here. Suffixed is that. Here we can do the same thing. Welcome back, Ethan. Damn, you live really close to home, don't you? Or to work. Is that because you work from home there, Chronic? There you go. Um, so there's a bit of duplication, right? Like I do interfaces that are shared between the front end and the back end. But then the back end has the idea of generating the like its request interfaces, which are going to be slightly different from the full like database interface. The request interfaces are annotated with metadata, and I convert those interfaces into Zod validators. And then I also convert those interfaces into OpenAPI specs using some other metadata for the routes. So there's a bit of generation. There's a little bit of duplication between like the types. Yeah, a bit like a delegated generator. Yeah. And then the OpenAPI spec is actually tested against the API to make sure that it's validated, that it actually like works. Yeah, I would say I will make a video about this process, but it's definitely not perfect. And I think there are things that I could do better. Yeah, yeah, that's kind of fun. Right? One plane just asked their butler to let us know. So I'm not familiar with how Nest.js does that, but you're definitely on the right track. So if I look at this quotas endpoint, I have this at route decorator, and that's where I would set the method, the headers, the tags that are going to go into the OpenAPI spec, the path, description and summary, the schemas that are going to go into it that then get read from the file system. So I'm doing something like that, Gardeck. I didn't see anything that was doing this in a way that I wanted it to be done, though. But as an example, like, we get full type safety with decorators. So that's nice. I look angry, Ayush? I do have resting jerk face. Not much I can change about that. I also have I am somewhat irritable. All right, so yeah, this part. We're not getting any flex rep going on the summary. Yeah. I also do the duck face as well. Gardeck, it sounds fine. Like I'm doing a similar process. Oh, I mean, Gardeck, you could use Next.js for all that stuff too, though. That's not actually a blocker. So here's my main thought right now. Overdraftable amount, we only do based on that. Oh, hold on. Let me undo back. All right, so then looking at this. Sure. All right. So then if we go edit. Oh, and now we got a bad token. And what's up, Winnie? How you doing? That is not what I wanted. Been in the pub? Nice. Uh-oh. So we got format internal currency being used somewhere. Okay, there we go. Aha, and then, yeah, we need to wrap the second row stuff. Actually, I don't know if we do. We could just leave the summary as is. I don't know if show all is actually necessary. Okay, we do have some mobile concerns. Yeah, I'm kind of okay with that. Yeah, I think that's fine. All right, so now we go edit. This one is overdraftable. Okay. Wrong thing there. There we go. So yeah, the order of those may change up at some point, but I don't know. I think it's good enough for the details page. So I kind of want to do the same thing for a quota. All right, we go to details here and we see nothing. We have the idea of what a quota summary is, but we're not using it. So basically, whatever we're showing right here, we're going to move out to the summary component. Yeah, we want to grab some of these other defaults. That ends up just being flex and flex wrap. Oof. So Robotic Head, poor Robotic Head, has what can only be classified as Australia problems. He had a massive huntsman spider in his bedroom, which means he's sleeping on the couch tonight. That's the spider's room now. Luna, you still out there? That's pretty standard Australia stuff right there, right? Huntsman spiders are basically roommates anyway. They just don't pay rent. All right, so we got our formatting stuff. We got overdraftable. There are other things that go on to quotas. Yeah, we can look at the quota form. So then, yeah, notify before they hit their limit. No, not yet, Gardeck. So it's really just those two extra things, right? Notify before a limit is either yes or no. And the notify before a limit value is then a formatted value. Why is that, Calico Kitty? Oh, yeah. So overdraftable, notify on overdraft, and whether it's an amount or a percent. You're capable of getting past that. You just don't care enough to try. There's a big difference there. What do you mean? This is TypeScript, but what does the opening and closing thing mean? Got it. And overdraftable amount. Yep, yep. We got to change that formatting because it's not a hard-coded 0. So if we are on notify before limit, we actually wanted that to be a true check. Okay. Yeah, that looks pretty good. So then we go to details, and this page is now empty. But we have this summary that we can pass into it now that should be good. So here on quota details, we can look at how balance details is done. And yeah, Calico Kitty, basically, it's possible to do JavaScript without HTML, but the common case for JavaScript is enhancing HTML or rendering it entirely. This doesn't take in props. Oh, and those are both wrong. TypeScript is just JavaScript with types. Makes it a little easier to reason about your program. Yeah, I think you should totally do it. Yep. The entire problem with programming is that you will never feel like an expert. There's always something new to learn. If you find that you start feeling like an expert, you're probably fucking up. Right? Imposter syndrome is actually endemic. Everyone should have it. It's like driving a car. The moment you're not experiencing it or respecting how badly driving a car can go wrong, that's when problems happen. You're a bad driver if you are not really giving driving a car the full gravity and respect that it deserves. Right? In the same regard, as a programmer, you're never going to totally understand the entire thing. You'll never be perfect at it. Instead, you just approach it with the knowledge that you can always be better. You can always be aware of your surroundings and what you're working on. And yeah, just that level of self-awareness will make you a better programmer. It will make you a better driver. All of that stuff. Oh, you didn't have to do that. Thank you. But yeah, I think that's the thing, right? There's always more to learn. You will never know everything. And that's okay. One of the biggest problems I think people going to college for software have is that they think once they have their degree, they're done learning. No, college is actually a relatively small amount of learning to the amount of learning you're going to have to do to keep up with the industry. If you enjoy learning, well then, yeah, you're in the right place. There's that quote from IT Crowd. I don't know if you've ever seen the show. It's like, Victoria, when we go to court, that's when the talking stops. Person leans over. Technically, going to court would involve quite a bit more talking. In comparison, this is less talking. Oh, well, that's why I pay you. Right? I'm sure I messed up the quote just slightly, but it's a good episode. Okay, so part I'm doing right now is grabbing some imports, and yeah, we're just kind of like fleshing out the rest of this page. Okay, so we have this basic quota set up. So yeah, right. We need to get the delete modal going. Right, editing looks pretty good to me so far. Ooh, but we might have a bug there. Oh, we've definitely got a bug there. Oh, huh. Uh-huh. Yeah, the graph being cut off is not a problem right now. Like, I'm not even certain we'll use that same graph. Right, it's all mock data. Hmm. Huh. So details there works. And we didn't get a failed request. Oh, so we do see this as what should be rendering bytes right there. But something's broken in how that form works. So now we got to go back to quota form and figure out why. Yeah, so for some reason, that's even the right default value, and then we load in. Bad Nintendo, I wasn't in focus mode. I don't know what the value of the question was. Same reason why I ignored the font comment, too. If you had simply said hi, I would have responded. And what's up, Figuera? How you doing? See? It's that easy there, Bad Nintendo. Okay, so that did it. We just needed to pass value to the radio group instead of just the radio. Sure. Aha, so yeah, redirecting to undefined there, and we should not be able to get an undefined value here. That should not be a 2 hundo. So yeah, hold on. We got some stuff to fix on the back end too. What am I cooking? That. Yes, I'm using TypeScript. So I feel like this middleware should be forcing a 404 response. Let me check my middleware. It's going well there, JWeth. How you doing? It's going well. So yeah, we should have been forcing 404s from a bunch of this middleware. Get business is fine. That one's just 401s. Yeah, the rest of that looks okay. Cool. So backend rebuilds. We don't know why we were getting an undefined value back after doing our edit, though. Okay, so quota service dot update. And yeah, so we get logged out. Token got expired. Let's do that part. Yeah, we don't do that there. We go here, we copy and paste. Oh, nice, xylophone. Hell yeah. What do you like about it so far? Ah, the graph. Yeah, the graph is really good. Sure. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think there are other graphs out there. There's one that YouTube, not YouTube, sorry, VS Code ships with nowadays. There's also one called just Get Graph, but neither of those actually have like the search functionality as good as we have it. And there's a lot more like interactivity with it. But yeah, it is interesting that VS Code themselves are doing some of that. And JWEF, Party City. No, I haven't. What happened with Party City? Are you talking like the place with all the balloons? Like, I don't know, like the physical store? Yeah, I mean, when was the last time you went into one? Yeah, like probably a year ago. And did you actually end up finding something in Party City that you couldn't have gotten anywhere else, actually? Right? Wrapping paper and balloons and some of that BS. Yeah, there's like one aisle at Target or Walmart that solves that problem. Anything more obscure, you're just going to go to Amazon anyway. But yeah, all of them are closing down. I'm surprised it was one big business operating them. 850 locations rather than just franchising. I really feel like franchising would have been a better option. But yeah, like all the stuff they sell, it's like just weird generic crap that you can get cheaper on like Tembo, you know? Or not Tembo, not Tembo. What's that terrible company? It's like Alibaba Express, but even worse. Timu, that's it. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Timu. Right? Like it's just all a bunch of like Timo garbage. Or Timu garbage. Same thing, right? And like, yeah, as far as like costumes go, like, oh my god, no way they're gonna compete with like Spirit of Halloween. So Spirit of Halloween would eat their lunch for the one weekend that Spirit of Halloween needs to run. Maybe like the 2 weeks out of the year that they need to run. So yeah, Party City's stuck paying an overhead all year round for a thing that probably made them most of their money at one point, right? Like Halloween BS, and then they just sustain. Yeah, I'm really surprised they've been running this long too. Sure, xylophone. Do you really think Party City was any better? Really? I feel like I'm getting lead poisoning just looking at this hat. You know, like, ugh. Yeah, Party City is where you go if you put off organizing a party to the very last minute. That's not a great target business model. Because anyone planning ahead simply buys it from somewhere online cheaper. It's a physical Temu. Yeah, there you go. That's a good way of putting it. Party City was a physical Temu. In very much the same vein that dollar stores are. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, I'm surprised they stayed going this long. Yeah. Yeah, xylophone, you're not missing anything. Exactly, xylophone. Like, well, I sent out all the invitations, I got all the RSVPs, and I just forgot to buy all the bullshit I needed for it. That kind of person is not a good, like, target customer. They're just not. Say laser, I have all of them open. When you close one, I save it, right? This is the conservatory for tabs. I rescue them. Yeah, exactly, xylophone. Yeah. Technically, not the kind of person that should be organizing parties anyway. All right, so hold on. On this page, let me clear what we got in here. And then I click save. And we navigate to undefined because we're getting 404 for that. But in our update, oh, that was for fetching the user. Here, wait, what? Oh, God. So hold on. Is Waltr an acronym or just a cool made up name? It started out as Waltr. I think we called it Moneybag as its working title. And then I was like, well, yeah, let's make something. It's like wallet based and blah, blah, blah. And then I don't know, Waltr. At the end of the day, no matter what, it's still just a placeholder title. But basically, I don't buy a domain name until I have somewhat of an MVP. And we did have somewhat of an MVP before a pivot. But I will use a working title when I'm building basically anything, which is why it was called Moneybag at first, because I don't care about the domain name, but I don't want to develop with a name in mind that I really get attached to, and then go to get the domain and I can't get it, and then I got to figure out something else. So I don't actually buy a domain name or decide on the actual name for the product until I get the domain name. And I don't do that until I have an MVP that I think, I've put enough effort into that the project has legs. I recommend using working titles for everything. Right? Don't buy a domain name and then start building the product, because you may reach some point while building the product that you're like, you know what? I don't think it's actually worth it, or I don't know how to do this other part, or it's not fun. And then you're just stuck with a domain for a year that you end up renewing anyway because you get attached to the domain name. Like, I only own maybe 20 to 30 domain names, but I launched like a lot of stuff, right? If I bought a domain name for every project I made, it'd be way too many, or that I thought about making, I don't consider domain names a good investment strategy. Some people do. But hold on. Who here has probably the most domain names? Especially that they're not using. So who here has more than 20? If you don't want to dox yourself, that's fine. You have about 10? And do you have something hosted on all 10? If so, well done. I think I know enough people just from chatting that probably have at least 100. That's just untenable. So even with only 10 of them, they're still not all actually hosting something. With the 5 to 6 that Kbyte has, they're not being used. 100, that's crazy. Yeah, I mean, it happens quicker than you think, especially when there are like new TLDs. So when the .dev domain names got released, there were some people that loaded up on them thinking that they were a good investment strategy, or, like, maybe not even for an investment, but like, oh, I can definitely figure out a use for that. And then they just sit on them. Oh, like the landing page that some service gives you? Yeah, I get that, technically. But not hosting anything that you care about. So yeah, like Adam.dev. He locked down actually like Adam, ADAM, .dev, when the .dev domains came out. That's one that he knew he would use. But then there was another like watch.dev, which is nice and short, and you got to feel like someone would want to use it at some point. So, if he pays, what is a .dev account? Like it's somewhere between like 10 and 20 bucks. If he pays that for 5 years, but then sells it for $1,000, he's getting $900 in profit. Or he has a really good domain name to launch something with. It's kind of a win-win. But if that goes on longer, well then, yeah, you're really eating into your return on investment. And also, you got to recognize that the person who's going to just grab a domain because it's nice and short and I can figure something else out for it is going to do that with a lot of stuff. So they're going to sit on a lot of domain names. I would be really curious how many domain names Adam's sitting on right now. Now, keep in mind, I believe he can afford it. So it's not really a problem for him. But it is probably something that he might feel a little bit self-conscious about from time to time. That's fine. That's okay. Someone that bought a domain name for 5K? Yeah. So I've got getwaltr.com. At some point, the waltr.com domain name might be something worth spending 10 grand for. But it won't be until I actually make the business profitable. Once the business is profitable, then Waltr.com versus GetWaltr.com is totally worth it. You could be like that one business where they launched like a bullshit product, basically, but they bought friend.com for like $1 million or like $1.5 million or whatever. That's probably not a good idea. Like, have we heard anything else from them since? Yeah, they're not even using like the big push they got from that expenditure. That said, holding on to that domain name is only $10 a year. Do we think friend.com is going to get any cheaper? Nah. So it actually might be like a good investment strategy. If they can sell it for $3 million, could be worth it. I don't know. Could be worth it. I think domain name speculation, if you can afford it, could actually be kind of profitable. But, I mean, you're like praying for the lottery at that point. Like, that's just something you do if you have more money than sense. Yeah, sure, K-Byte. Yep. Like, certain domains could be a good investment, but then some others, I don't know. Like, if he had adam.com, ooh, like, that would be solid. The .dev thing is, like, way more niche, you know? I mean, it's still nice. That's a really good domain name. If I had that domain name, I would never even consider selling it. And you're just paying, what, 10 to 20 bucks a year for it? Nah, that's chill. That's totally chill. So yeah, I think it just really depends. Still, yeah, great catch. But not like an investment for the sake of reselling. It's an investment for the sake of just having it. Like all the comic books I own. Yeah, am I ever going to be able to sell those? No. No. But I like having them. So they're a solid investment for that. Because I am a person that likes to collect things. So yeah, like, you know, if I go to a Value Village and they got comic books on sale, and I find some that I think are cool and they cost me $1.50 each, hell yeah. I'll spend hundreds of dollars in that same way per year, no problem, not even bad an eye. Because I could spend the money on way worse, like whiskey. There's way less of a return on investment with whiskey. But okay, so hold on. When we do an update, are we really not getting the full thing back? Ah, we're doing the omit keys thing, and we should not be... No, you know what? Omit keys there is fine. Yeah, why am I not getting the ID value back from that? And let me double check. Do we have that problem anywhere else? Like if I go to balances, do we have that problem? And yeah, JWEF. Yeah, like all those like fly by night companies with questionable domains. Um, the ones I hate the most are those like they're like glorified like payday loan companies. We're an investment application that you can get $500 tax and interest free for whatever you need, you know, like dude, those companies are so predatory. They're the worst. They're the absolute worst. Right? Like the payday loan applications that bill themselves as finance apps. No, you're a payday loan company. Don't try and dress it up. Don't try to church it up, dirt. Does he say church it up or French it up? I think he says French it up because he says dirte, right? Don't try to French it up, dirt. All right, so we tried it with a quota. Let's try it with a balance real quick. And we're getting undefined from that too. Shit. Okay, so that's a flaw in Calatrava. That's a bummer. That's a bummer. Hailstorm? Who the hell is Hailstorm? Oh, it's a band? Never even heard of them. Oh, like you had RJ.com, didn't you? Right? Yeah. Or whatever language. You had used to have the .com. Yeah, dude, that's a bummer. Cause yeah, like the drummer RJ Hale is like part of the band, you know. Yeah, so Lizzie and RJ. So Lizzie just locked down the name RJ for her brother, and her brother just hasn't done anything for it. Okay, I get it. Are they any good? They look like an 8-year-old's version of what a metal band looks like. We can be a metal band if we just wear like black vinyl, right? Ah, yes, the Kiss approach. All right, so we end up getting a 404 from all of this. When you say Tony Robinson, you mean Tony Robbins? Who's Tony Robinson? I'm guessing you mean... Oh, wait, no, there is a person named Tony Robinson that might be somewhat famous. So not this guy. Okay. Just double check. Tony Robbins. Yep. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, that sounds awesome. Yeah, that'd be cool. Did he pay well for it? Is it me or like does his head just not stop growing? Like he's a big guy, sure. But it seems like his head just never stopped growing. Down payment for a house in Cali? That's solid. Hell yeah. That's pretty cool. Yeah, some domains you can totally just sell for a couple hundred grand, like no problem. It's crazy to me, but yeah, there is value there. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know. I've never played the lottery. Maybe like it's like winning a scratch off. Hold on, what song? Was this a hailstorm song? Okay. 1 second, RJ. We just have that to like prevent spammers, basically. But yeah, basically, like you would let the domain lapse. They picked it up, and then randomly their song came up in your feed. That's kind of funny. I'm doing fine, Chad. What's going wrong in your neck of the woods? Get some snack. Fantasy playoffs? I'm in the losers bracket. Me and Atoda had a tied record, but he beat me on points pretty handily. So yeah, the person I'm playing this week is Knock. Is that you, Humble Web Dev? I can't remember who Knock is at this point. But like yeah, I'm gonna beat them easy. Yeah, I was like right at the middle. Well, I mean, Chad, you're the one that brought it up. Oh, Humble Web Dev, you're in third. Okay, you're Tom. Got it, got it. I'm pretty sure I have this bug basically everywhere. Yeah, I was really hoping the update request would come back with the entire object. Hmm. So wait, that should have come back with our updated at value though, shouldn't it? Right? The modified at value. No, it wouldn't, because I didn't actually set that value. Well, that would be my fault. All right, so hold on. All right, so the attributes map is only present when return values was specified as something other than none. So we want all new, and we can set that in the update request. So table query creator update. Shit. No, we've got all new. What? Hmm. So here's the thing. We could solve this. We could solve this a number of ways. But the way I'm thinking we want to do this is really just from the front end. I'm going to have to relog in because, yeah, I refreshed that. But, right, let me show this. On the front end, if we go to... Where is this? Balance edit. Right, we're using updated balance.data when we already know what the balance ID is. So we can solve it from a front-end perspective really easily, actually. And then when we get to that page, we do a fetch anyway. Yeah, we're going to solve it from a front-end perspective because I don't think we're going to run into a problem where the update... Well, no, hold on. We need to think about this from a consumer perspective. Because I'm not the only consumer of the update. So if a user tries to update something from their API, they would probably want the full object back. Yeah. So no matter what, we still need to solve this at the API level rather than just the front end. So we kind of need to go through and hit every edit endpoint. Yeah. Okay, so I got to use the restroom. Let me do that real quick. We're going to commit what we've done to the back end so far. And then we're going to go through and make just update every edit endpoint. It's just a couple spread operators away from doing exactly what we wanted, which is not a big deal. Right? That's not a problem. And then we can go worry about the delete modal. I think that's our next step. Yeah. All right. Let me go pee. Album's still good. And yes, Ayush, I am using AWS for the backend. Okay, I'm back. So, I'm going to have a snack as well. Let me throw these sodas into the fridge here. Alrighty. Yeah, so I like the way we're doing this. We got we got some back end stuff to fix. Let me show you these awesome shrimp crackers I'm gonna have as a snack though. Yeah. Shrimp crackers. It's what it says on the tin, right? So they select only the highest quality ingredients. Then they take fresh whole shrimp and they are shredded and mixed together with light seasoning. They add the shrimp to their crunchy cracker batter. Shrimp crackers are then baked until delicious and crispy. Yeah, they're good. I will say I use English only, please. So yeah, they're not like too salty or too sweet. They're just shrimpy. Just shrimpy enough. They're good. But yeah, Zerk, how you doing, Mr. Sir? Yeah, they're good. And yeah, I like that they didn't use oil. Makes them just a little bit better than those shrimp chips or whatever they call them. What's the brand? Starts with a C. Calbee? No, I don't remember. But yeah. And yes, that was Woodford Reserve. Good call. was Galaby. Yep. Yeah, I really like those too. The off-brand, like other brand versions of those same like shrimp chips are way worse. Yeah, exactly. What security risk do you perceive to the code, Ayush? So JWEF, here's my biggest thing. All of your ideas need to get recorded somewhere, like a Trello board or something, where you can then have them for later and sort and filter them based upon whether you want to do it or not whether someone else thinks it's a good idea. The number one thing is you do not mix critical thinking and brainstorming. They are fundamentally separate. So Ayush, security through obscurity is not security. So if the only thing making it more secure is the fact that someone didn't see you develop it live, that's not a good metric to judge the security of your code by. If anything, this is better because I have more eyes on it that can catch when I'm doing something in an insecure way. I will say one case for that might be where it is less secure is someone doesn't need to be as sophisticated to identify timing attacks because they've seen the order in which the timings happen. But they got to be really astute. They got to be watching basically every single stream. I don't know. They're better off just being a good pen tester instead. So at first I thought you might be asking insecure in that people could just copy my code and build their own version of this. Anyone who's going to do that isn't capable of running this as a business anyway. So I'm not worried about that part either. Right? There's no like magic secret sauce to what I'm doing. It's just create, read, update, delete. Yeah. Just throwing that out there in case anyone else was wondering too. Exactly. All right, so those other bits we can do in a bit, but I got to get back up to the API, and we're going to go through and find every update endpoint. So as an example, we have existing account right there. All we really need to do then is ... and do that. Then we end up spreading what we care about. We don't need the partition, sort, tertiary, quaternary stuff to make it onto there. I do think, hold on, that omit keys helper function, though, is missing quaternary. All right, so I'll have to update that here eventually. I don't think it's that important exactly at this moment. Let me get more music going, though. All right, so then back to our actual back end. Yep, that would be then fine right there. Yep, that part's fine. So yeah, we just want to go through this same pattern for everything that we're going to do updates to. All right, so yeah, we're going to get into a pretty good rhythm with these. We did the account one. API keys, we're going to need to reset a different way. Auth, we don't care about. Balances, we do get into. Okay, yep, nope, so we're good there. So, yep, those are fine. Then we get into balance update. All right, dev fixtures, marketing, quotas do have an update as well. Okay, so we've done all those endpoints. Now we can restart the API. And all that should be just fine now. Oh, interesting. That's the first time we've seen the parallelization of these things kind of like mix up with each other there. Oh, Chronic, the better joke would have been all my concurrency love homies. I don't know. There's some other way to phrase it to where it's obviously out of order. The whole system's out of order. All right, so now if we go to balances, we should be able to edit one. And save. And we're on that page as we expected to be. Perfect. All right. Whew. Could have been way worse. And how you doing, Guy Ross? Mr. Sir? All right, so let me do one thing up in here real quick. Have I tried Marvel Rivals yet? You're having fun with it. It's basically just Marvel Overwatch, right? I'd be willing to try it. Is it free to play? Okay. I'm wondering if that's the one my coworker was talking about earlier too. I had a coworker who was like, "Yeah, I'm playing this one game where like you can spend money for the currency or you can buy the battle pass. You have the options, blah blah blah." I'm willing to bet it was Marvel Rivals. So that's kind of funny. Oh, and I missed a couple follows. Sorry. Figuera and Web Dev Freak. Thank you. Yeah. That makes a lot of sense to me. Yeah, I've been playing a lot of Path of Exile too lately. I'd like to maybe burn myself out on PoE 2 so that I have time to play Avowed when it comes out, as well as Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 when it comes out. Those are the two games I'm looking forward to the most. Really? Yeah, I never played any of PoE 1. All I have to compare it to is Diablo, and I got sick of getting nickel and dimed by Diablo. Oh, here's an expansion. Another 30 bucks, please. Nah, I'm good. No thanks. Diablo 4 story is better? They feel really similar. Maybe like the expansions for Diablo 4 end up making the story better. But the original story feels pretty similar. I don't know. I just hit Act 3 in PoE 2. So, I don't know. Yeah, maybe I'm not far enough along to judge it. But okay, so we got that. API is spun up. Right, we didn't kill it, so that should be good. Or is it? What? Interesting. So we have a bug on the balances details page. It does not seem to be an error. Okay, let's go figure that out. Oh, that's it. Yeah. I should really have that lint rule. That definitely would have helped. All right, so I'll call that good. Now we want to get this like delete modal going. And that delete modal doesn't actually do anything at the moment. Oh, you know what? Uh, Interesting. Okay, so I thought the way we had delete set up, it would actually work. Interesting. All right, so we've actually got a flaw there in that our delete is not actually deleting like it should. Okay, let's go look at what's going on in that endpoint. We call remove with the delete request. Table query creator here. Then does this part. And deleting based on the partition key should totally be working. All right, let me go look at the AWS docs again. Because something is wrong with the, what is it, delete item? Yeah. Because I'm using Dynamo. I'm already in AWS. Dynamo scales to 0. Even considering something new that released, DSQL or whatever, it's still way more expensive than Dynamo as well. All right, so determines whether item collection metrics are returned if set to size. The response includes statistics about item collections, if any, that were modified during the operation. Interesting. All right, so I'm wondering if we're actually deleting the right key. I would kind of hope that it gives us an error if we try and delete something that doesn't exist, though. Mm. Interesting. So the flaw here is that it needs to be part of the key, like property. Yeah. I'm wondering if I'm messing that up elsewhere too. Nah, we see right there, Saki index. Update request.key. Yes, this is just a flaw here. Okay, so we do need to just push up a new version of our data wrapper at this point. The other thing, right, like scrubbing the quaternary key, we could have left that for a bit, but this one actually needed to update. All right, so now that builds. Now I got to do this so I don't dox my IP address. All right, so now version 26 of the package JSON. Yeah, of this. There we go. So then we got to stop the back end. And yeah, anyone got any fun plans for the weekend or anything? Lots of sleep planned, Luna? Gotcha. Oh, and Luna, you might not have been here. We have someone who we game with on Saturday nights, my time at least, named Robotic Head. Not sure if you've seen their stream at all, but they're great. They posted in our group chat that they had a huntsman spider in their bedroom, which means they're sleeping on the couch tonight. It's their room now. And yeah, if anyone is unaware, huntsman spiders actually end up being like a roommate. Yeah, you're going to give them a name and everything. They are big. They are massive. They're not terribly poisonous. It would suck to get bit by one, but they do kind of tend to keep to themselves, so it's kind of okay. But they are really, 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 really big. They actually do a really good job of protecting you from like smaller snakes and like mice and yeah. They don't even do anything. It's just like a small nip. I mean, I bet it kind of hurts, but there's no like poison involved. Or venom, I guess is the proper term. Oh yeah, that's because cats' mouths are filthy. I'm like, dude, a cat bite is instantly infected. That's why their like claws are as bad too, because they're sitting there like, scooping their cat litter in grossness, and then they swipe you with that, and it's just also instantly infected. Cats are filthy, but they're the best. Yeah. And even then, like, sure, they might clean their claws every once in a while, but they're cleaning their claws with their mouth, which is, again, filthy. So, like, it's not much help. Interesting, RJ. Like, There are brown recluses around. It's pretty rare. They really, really don't like being around people at all. The only time you'll find them is if you like ended up disturbing a place where they were. So if you ended up cleaning out your attic and they decided to go somewhere else, well then yeah, that would be part of it. Right? Black widows are very similar. It's rare that they actually get anywhere near people because they don't actually like being near people. Yeah, moving a load of sheets of metal. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, brown recluses, like their name is actually accurate. They don't like being around people. Yeah, it does tend to work out for sure. Come for the code, stay for the arachnid chat. So here's the thing, RJ. Are you sure it was a brown recluse? Because that's something a lot of people mess up. Brown recluses are actually like way more like spindly with like long, thin legs than a lot of people give them credit for. A lot of people falsely identify like the US version of huntsman spiders as brown recluses, which is just totally wrong. Was it furry at all? Definitely not a brown recluse. Okay. Yeah, I'm just throwing that out there, just so you know. Yeah, so you can call, like, here in the US, we still call them huntsman spiders, but they're wolf spiders. They're just, like, way smaller than, like, the Australian version. But then there's also, like, another type of wolf spider that's actually, like a little mini tank. So they're, like, way smaller, but they're, like, thick-legged and, like, just... like, those are wolf spiders, too. Wolf spider is, like, really not a technical term. Here in the US, at least. But yeah, like the ones that are like fuzzy that don't make a web basically, those get mistaken for brown recluses all the time because people don't know the difference. When realistically, they could have actually been hobo spiders. That's the one that people might actually see more often than a brown recluse, but you know, just slightly different. Yeah, like the thing about the brown recluse is like you can actually really tell them like by I believe it's like the violin pattern on their if I could spell on their back. So like typically you'll see something that looks a little bit like this, and I guess the violin isn't that obvious, but like most of the time you're gonna see like a huntsman or a wolfy spider that is like way fuzzier. I don't know how to describe it better. Where like the legs don't spread nearly as much compared to their body. Like this is what, yeah. This is like the more common one that you'll see, where it's just like a really, really, really light, like butt. I guess you'll see that might be the difference between a male and a female, actually. Yeah, like, hold on. Like, yeah, like, it's really easy to mix up these guys versus, like, the brown recluse. Yeah, no worries, RJ. I'm just throwing it out there. Like, at quick glance, they might seem very, very similar, right? Especially when you start seeing, like, this guy. But really, like, the proportion of, like, leg length to body length is one of the prime differentiators there. Like this one actually seems really close to what we saw if we were to compare them. But like, just look at how much longer the legs are compared to the body. So that's like the tricky part there. And I could have sworn the brown recluse was also a web weaver, but I could be wrong about that one. I thought it was one that made webs, but I may be way off on that. Because this thing doesn't look like it makes webs. So yeah, it's more like the thickness of the legs and the proportion to their body size. I used to live in a house where I would get so many of these fuckers. Like, dude, it was really bad. Yeah, nuke it from orbit. Yeah, I gotcha. Makes sense. Jeez, sneaky. Well, yeah, I get it. I understand. I'm not going to fault you for using common sense there. Yeah, there was like a really interesting thing about the ones that would spawn at the house I used to live at, right? So our entire backyard was basically like covered in ivy. Like covered in ivy. So it would just spawn them and breed them. Because like birds actually love to eat them if they can like spot them. And the ivy ends up being like a really easy way for them to like hide away. But yeah, there was like a really big difference between like the two different like larger spiders we would get. There's the ones that were actually okay, but I would still vacuum them up every chance I got, where they're like in the upper like crease of your house, and they like crunch up into a little ball so that you can barely even tell that they're a spider. And then there's the ones that run around at like the bottom baseboards, and those ones are actually super aggressive. Like they'll actually run at you. like, dude, those ones suck. I don't know if it was a species difference or if it was like just, I don't know. Like, yeah, not sure. But the ones that would run at you, those ones suck. Like, these are only maybe like that big, which sucks as a spider, but it's way different than like an Australian huntsman, I've been sitting in the living room, super quiet, no one else in the house, and I swear I heard one of the ground ones walking on the carpet. I swear I heard it because I like turned and saw it creeping across the ground. Like, I don't know how I would have spotted it any other way, right? Because I was looking the other direction and everything. Maybe I do have a spider sense, but it's a different kind of spider sense. Afraid of spiders, that he jumped out of his moving car while on a first date with his wife. Spotted a spider in the sun visor in the car, and yes, he was the one driving. Yeah, nightmare material. Nightmare material. Time to buy a new car. But yeah, how you doing, Naveen? What you up to over there on the YouTube? We got sidetracked talking about spiders. It happens from time to time. No big deal. Yes, HTML is a language. Yes, 100%. I feel like you end up getting something similar with Black Widows. Like when their eggs might hatch, you might see an entire like just bunch of babies running across the sidewalk in front of your house or something. My dad has a story about a tarantula. I don't remember if it was my dad or if it was just someone he knew, but basically they saw a tarantula, they stomped it, and it started just like oozing what looked like oil. No, that was the tarantula's babies. Yeah. Yep. Because tarantulas keep their babies on their back. So yeah, you squash it. Not going to get all of them. Black gold, Texas tea. Oil, that is. Your dog ate one? I expected that sentence to be, I had a dog that ate one before, and then you didn't have a dog anymore. But yeah, HTML is a language. You like that Beverly Hillbillies reference? That was solid, right? Up from the ground came a bubbling crude. No, I get it, Sneaky Fox. I was just joking. Like, yeah, bad joke. Bad joke. And yeah, Naveen, what are we doing right now? We are making some changes to my API. I did just update, reinstall, and then restart it so we can actually get back to editing that stuff, and we should be able to delete now. Oh, hey, there we go. All right, let's do some two-factor authing. Ooh, there you go, Luna. Yeah, you're welcome. That's what co-working streams are for. All right, so we do the MFA, we do next. The update seems fine, and then, yeah, it's probably here in validate. Acorn, how's it going? Damn, I didn't realize I was going so late. I was actually thinking about raiding you at some point. And yeah, howdy. Yeah, what you up to? What were you doing today on Funi? Oh, you got to head out in a minute? I totally get it. Yeah. Yeah, enjoy your Friday. Working on someone else's code? Oh, interesting. What did that code do? Oh, adding types and cleaning it up so you can port their physics over to your pool game. Oh, yeah, what physics library was that, right? Like you're pivoting away from one that was like overkill, right? I forget the name of that one. Oh, okay, so moving from Rapier, which is like a more general physics engine, to one specifically made for billiards? Oh, interesting. You need to handle determinism. Okay, right. Because you need to be able to recreate it on the server to verify against cheating, etc., right? Deterministic math.star alternative. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Yeah, back when I was working on JGolf 2.0, we ended up doing just like really simple bounce mechanics based upon like the angle of the terrain that it was bouncing on. It was all 2D driven, but we had the idea of 3D for calculation of like bounce direction and stuff like that by calculating based upon like the height map that I was using for like fake 3D data. And that was fun, very interesting. But yeah, I ended up having to use like polar like coordinate systems for calculating the bounce, which was tricky. And I didn't need it to be like physically accurate, so I could fiddle with numbers. It was kind of fancy. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, I basically built out a golf game in which I could like create new maps by just drawing them in Photoshop or Paint or basically anything that allowed me to do like gradient like paintbrushes. That was kind of fun. I'd love to get back to it eventually, but not today. Not for a while. And Real N Aguilar. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. And yeah, Markantine, I think I saw you out there, right? Yeah, welcome. Like, hold on. Acorn, have you ever seen like the first like major project I made with JavaScript? And if you got to get going, I get it. But it's called JGolf. I made this this was like the final project in my first actual programming class. I had hacked some stuff together before this class, but I didn't even know how to use a for loop before this class. This was the final project. Other teams did like a team thing, and I did it solo because I was somewhat experienced. Like, not in a good way, but I was familiar enough that I did this solo. So the idea is, right, click medium, maybe Happy Gilmore's gnarly, right? Let's go hard and let's pick Happy Gilmore. Start the game. And I can zoom in for you. Right? We got the idea of different clubs, right? We got this map. It was a JavaScript specific class. It was purely like, it was called scripting, and JavaScript is what we learned. It turns out the teacher I had for that class actually works at GitHub now, and I got to meet him when I went to GitHub Universe. Like, that was really interesting to me. So yeah, we swing. And hey, yeah, Happy Gilmore could get to the green in one. But now we got to get the putter out. And this is where it gets tricky. Oh. All right. Come on, Happy Gilmore. So the attributes that each character has actually determines how quickly, like, the bar moves, how being outside of the green area affects your, like, accuracy negatively. Like, how far they can hit it. So now that we're this close, we gotta actually be in the blue anyway, because he'll overhit it if we hit it into the green. We overshot it. We might be within 2-putt range. Yes, we were in 2-putt range. The water hazard actually works. I can't remember if the sand actually does anything right now, though. But yeah, this was the final project for my absolute first programming class. Hey, Luna, thank you. Well, that's a bunch of them. Jeez. 10 tier 1s. So Robotech, Gluttonies, C-Red, Falafel Boffle, I like that name actually, Rick Phillip, JMS Gears, Not Jonathan, Christoph, Dirkle, that's a good name too, and Isaac Ewing. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Merry Christmas. So yeah, this was a fun first project. Right? Not my first programming thing ever, because yeah, I had already made like a WordPress blog in which I was even like, you know, parsing XML data from like the National Weather Report. But I was doing it in such an ugly way. So yeah. But yeah, it was a fun project. So yeah, I'm really curious about billiards as a physics reference. Papers on ball mechanics. So yeah, it looks like there are some physics articles about all this. Oh, nifty. Wow, yeah, the math gets really complex. Yeah, pretty cool. Ooh, but it's GPL 3, so yeah, you're definitely going to have to like open source any changes you make to it. Oh, nice, Luna. Oh, that sounds awesome. So yeah, for everyone joining from the raid, the thing that we're doing right now is actually trying to deal with why my delete endpoint is no good. I'm pretty sure this right here is the issue. So if I were to just comment this part out, we could verify that. And the reason I'm giving this as like the hunch why it failed is that it used to work, but that was before we actually fixed our remove endpoint or our remove method in the library that I have built out. And now I got to figure out, well, did I actually fix it or not? It wasn't deleting things though, and that was a problem. So let's at least just, we'll let the database reset. We'll go try and log in using our multi-factor auth. That should be logging us out as well. All right, so now I got to figure out why that is not logging us out, but we can just go there and force it for now. So that's not the bug we want to fix at the moment. But yeah, that's crazy. How long ago was that, Luna? Was that during like the gold rush of iOS apps? All right, like late 2000s, early 2010s? Myself another beverage. Nope, that is the wrong thing to copy. Making copies. Okay, so that validates my assumption that our remove right here is the problem. I'm curious if it's the way we're doing the sort key. Like we basically do a truthy check for sort key being there. So empty string will actually validate as falsy, but it doesn't get in the way of our like error for having to pass the sort key. So now if we just log out and try it one more time. Something has gone terribly wrong. So it looks like the fix I made to the remove endpoint is actually broken still. But why? Oh, it's even better. It's Drama Sans. Sans the drama. Easy living. Yeah, exactly, Luna. That's why like LLMs, I don't think they're ever going to take my job. They might change my job a little bit, but hammering out the code is the least of what we do. Figuring out what code we need to write in the first place, right? That's way more important. Debugging why something's going wrong, that's way more important. However, LLMs aren't necessarily bad. I can go to Claude right now. See, so we're setting partition key and sort key in that way. So yeah, like this should be all we need. We're doing it as strings, so that's not a big deal. What we end up doing is generating the delete request. Delete request only has the key value on it, though. Am I missing where I'm setting the table? Because that could be a big part of it, like in these other requests. Not really. Maybe that's the problem, though? Let me get more music going. And yeah, part of the problem here is I have my own like home rolled, homegrown ORM for DynamoDB. Oh, this is not the album I thought I was playing. Whoops. This one's good though. Yeah, see, so we know that we're doing it with the core data table, so we don't have to worry about that part. So it's basically the abstraction that Architect is giving us. Oh, so I didn't need to set key on delete and get. Okay, so that's the problem there. So yeah, I I don't think I know why our delete wasn't working earlier then. Because, yeah, it just takes in an object that acts as the key. So, yeah, that scoping, not necessary because it's going to go to the key attribute anyway. That's just partition key, so that's fine. So we could just roll back that version, and that's okay. Let's do that. This doesn't actually fix everything, though, because now I'm not sure about my assumptions. Ah, shit. Hold on. That was my mistake. Yep, I didn't actually fully revert because we had the tilde there. It would have picked number 26 anyway. We want to revert back to 25. And I probably could have seen that if I was paying attention for it. I just spacing. That's my bad. All right, we see this one actually go back to 25. We see 26 is actually available. I'm okay with that. This should be an error. So I'm not sure why. Oh, it's because we're not fetching businesses because that's getting stored locally. Right, because we've got a flaw. Yeah. Yeah, there's a bit of logic there that I gotta think about a bit more. But yeah, we can go log out. Okay, so I know why that bugs that. Right, that's what that alert was letting us know. Like, hey, this is the spot where I'd want to log us out, but it's not the right place. All right, so hold on. If we go back to... Where's that auth endpoint? Ah, nice, Isaac. Oh, and thanks, Mai Vang. Hey, what's up? How you doing, Mai? Yeah, this music's good. So Tayor, you're saying it reminds you of Power Rangers. Yeah, I could see that. It's directly inspired by the guy that did the Beverly Hills Cop soundtrack. I'm doing well. Yeah, just hanging out. So, yeah, I've got this project called Waltr, and there's probably enough new people here that are not aware of what it does or what it's doing. So I'll do the spiel. Just imagine every software as a service out there has some kind of quota system, and they base those quotas based off of like the tier for which you're paying. So if you're on the free tier, maybe you give the user 100,000 requests to your API per month. But at the paid tier, you want to give them 1,000,000. Well, you still want to make sure that you're charging for overage over that 1,000,000, even if they're on the paid tier. So how do you track that quota for the user, for yourself, so that you can actually do your billing properly, or stop serving their requests if they're going over the limit? I want to build out a software as a service that kind of abstracts out all of that stuff for you. So for the same reason that you might decide that you don't want to roll your own auth, you might decide you don't want to roll your own quota or balance system as well. Yeah, I think it's a good one. It started out as just an abstraction over, like not an abstraction, but a copy of how DigitalOcean does their balance system. And from there, we've pivoted to handle balances, multiple balances, as well as quotas and multiple quotas, right? All living side by side, whereas the original version only had the idea of one balance per business. So yeah, we're currently working on that pivot. Do you see how many of these tabs have like the dashed circle around them? Do you see that? So that means this tab is inactive, which means it's not using any RAM other than the favicon, the URL, and the title. That's it. That's the only RAM this tab is consuming now. Because it's inactive, Chrome is aggressively either caching that stuff to disk or evacuating it and refetching it when I finally reactivate that tab. Yeah, they're just having a good little nap. If they're inactive, why are they open? Because I might want to click back to them. We don't know yet. Right? We can let the operating system or the browser decide what to do with those resources, but I still want the tabs around. Now, this one specifically, no, we could close this one. I'm not going to need this sessionized URL for render ATL because I already did my submission to render ATL. So this one we could close. Basically, everything from my Trello board to the right is the working set, and everything from the Trello board to the left is my archive. And yeah, just in case, if anyone else wants to propose a talk for render ATL, they actually extended the submission deadline until January 13th. Yeah, you like the way I have like the working session and then the archive? Because I'm a tab collector. Like basically, this is where, this is where I rescue tabs that you all have abandoned. Right? You know how like Thor has his like ferret rescue? This is the tab rescue. So when you guys close a tab without a care in the world, I rescue it. And I keep it alive. I'm doing a public service here. I am the ASPCA of tabs. Exactly. So yeah, React Miami, I already proposed 3 talks to that. One thing that I find crazy is how many people we actually know in this image, or at least maybe have met or are aware of existing. So there's Jacob M.G. Evans right there. This is John Pham, or John Famous, or whatever he calls himself. There's Adam.dev, like, for sure. Willing to bet there's a few others that we probably would recognize in here, too. A little harder to tell. But yeah, kind of funny. Kind of funny, actually. Yeah, you totally should. Yeah, do a render ATL talk. Render ATL is all about like being like really like broadly focused, which is cool. And if you want to propose something to React Miami, this is the criteria by which they select stuff. I think React Miami might be closed at this moment, though. I think they closed it on like the 16th. But yeah. All right, so we're clearing out some of the working tabs, right? The working session. Some of them we might have a few extra. Yeah, some of these I could have kept around longer. It's fine. All right, there we go. That's a little better, right? Could be worse. Could be worse. Oh, the old Mac. Yeah, the old Mac would have been sweating just going through all those. I'm really happy with the new Mac. The old Mac's right behind me, watching, judging. All right, so hold on. Let's find this endpoint for our auth stuff. Because I fiddled with it a little bit, and it should be working because we just undid like part of the problem. I do use GitHub projects for like here and there. It's all right. I would say the direct integration with like issues and pull requests and some of that is nice. I think it could use some work. And hold on, real quick. And thank you so much for the follow. Matt Bird's Quest, thank you for the follow. And Baranora, thank you for the follow as well. Back when I was like a full-on software engineer, like, you know, like that was my day job, I kind of hated project management with a passion. So I basically just didn't do it enough, etc. Now that I'm a developer advocate and I don't have to use Jira or any of that shit for my day job, now I can do whatever I want, and now project management actually seems kind of like interesting. Right, for my own stuff. So I might get heavier into the project management part of things for Waltr. The main reason I'm not doing it right now specifically is because I'm still in the middle of this like giant pivot. And this giant pivot is really just like, it's not worth tracking like smaller tasks until I've gotten like the major pivot out of the way. And then I plan on using like tracking to actually make sure I'm like not leaving any of the stuff that matters like undone. But right now there's just so much that's in flux that the tasking for it wouldn't make any sense. Like the task would be refactor the whole damn thing. You know, like that's not a helpful task. But in the future, like tracking specific bugs, that would be worthwhile. So real quick, let me just show you one thing I really do like about projects on GitHub. And it'll make more sense if I look at Vexilla. Oh, I thought it would make more sense if I look at Vexilla. Here we go. Yeah, so with Vexilla, I don't know if you have been around when I was working on it. It's like my own feature flag tool. I wouldn't recommend anyone try and use it yet. I discovered a bunch of bugs. So by the time I need feature flags for Waltr, I'll go through and fix a bunch of the bugs that are in Vexilla. But the idea being is, this is my backlog. This has everything. But I have the idea of the app task. And the app task is just any task that starts with app : whatever. And my filter is just the word app. Right? For feature, it's just if I'm prefixing it with feature : whatever. So you can organize your stuff really easily by giving it good like prefixes. And I think I remember reading somewhere that they're going to implement tags, and tags would actually solve this problem too. But I discovered this like prefix system before they even considered tags. So maybe they have tags now and I just don't know. But for the most part, you can use prefixes to do the same kind of filtering. So then like app or SDKs or bugs, they're all just the same thing, and you're just filtering based upon like the prefix on it instead. They say filter by keyword or by field. there isn't really like a label that we can assign it, right? There's status, there's priority, and there's size. So, like, at least in the current version of projects, they don't have labels. We might be able to do it based on an issue label, but this isn't even an issue yet, right? Yeah. Okay, so that's what you're getting at, Ethan, right? If I had converted it to an issue, I would have labels I could sort by. But I think that's actually a flaw. I want labels before it's even an issue, you know? And they have mentioned that that's something they want to tackle, but they just haven't yet. Did I hire a designer? Do I look like I'm made of money? like, like I just sneeze $100 bills or something? The answer is no, I did not hire a designer. I designed Waltr. Designed is very generous. No, and that makes sense, Ethan. I just think like you have to have these things converted to issues before a lot of that stuff even makes sense. But yeah, I see like filtering on status. Sure. We could set the status here from like new to backlog, and then you can filter that. That's nice. That's not a bad idea. Like realistically, you're already getting that filtering though, because that's what these columns are. So like I don't know if that filtering actually even makes any sense to me, because it's already sorted and filtered by that. Like whatever. Just dragging it to a new column changes the status. No, it makes extra sense when you consider that you can change the view. So instead of being a board layout, it could be a table layout or even a roadmap layout. And then filtering by status makes sense. So if you guys are using the table layout more, then I totally get it. And I think technically you can just change the layout and it doesn't matter, right? Because it's just a visual representation of the data that's there. So then if I wanted a table layout for only the stuff that's in backlog, we could do that nice and easy. I think that is what I like about it the most. Rather than having these like different like buckets for real, it's just a label on everything that's all in the same bucket. So then the views that you have are just slicing the same data that already exists. That's actually kind of like really nifty. I think it's very smart in how they do that. Marshalized views? I've never put marshalized before it, but it is just a view, right? Like a view is just a slice of what exists in your tables and it's ephemeral. It's just visualizing that data either grouped together via like a join or some other like, you know, some other way of aggregating it. But it's not like it's actually its own table. Materialized views, marshalized. Okay, gotcha. Materialized, even then, like, that's probably the official name. I've always just called it a view. Actually, here's the thing. Is there a difference between a view and a materialized view? One is temporary, one isn't? So in a materialized view, you could theoretically delete a row? Because I've always thought of views as read-only, to where they're just like an aggregation of other data in your table, or in your all of your tables, you know, like in your database. Wait, a seated table? What do you mean by a seated table? Do you mean like fixture data, like a lookup table or something? Yeah, I always thought views were just a read-only table because they're created by querying and joining a bunch of other tables. Yeah, a little bit there, Lightspeed. Yeah. Like, that's the way I've always thought of it. I don't, yeah. I don't think I've been aware of any other usage. Like, the way I've thought about views is it's basically a way of, like, it's almost like a stored procedure in which, like, you can call a select anything on the view, and it's easier for consumers that are doing like for data analysts or data people to just like query that table without caring about where that data is coming from as far as like your normalized table goes. Right? So it's like a productivity hack for people that don't need to care about how the other tables are joined. All right, so here's the album I actually meant to play. This one's good. This one's good. But okay, hold on. Let me find this damn endpoint. Oh, interesting, Luna. Okay. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Okay, so here's the thing. that remove statement actually works. With the values that we passed it. And yeah, what's up, Krasner? How you doing? All right, so these queries are actually running and working just fine now. Incredibly long week. Thankful it's Friday. And yeah, now you get like an incredibly long weekend too, don't you? So I think that just kind of works out. And hold on. Jamie NGX. Jamie Engine X. Do you get that all the time? I hope you do. Do I get off for the holidays? I know I get like Christmas Day off. Here's the thing. You don't really need to request off this week and the next week because most people do, and you can't really do anything with half the team gone anyway. So you're actually messing up by requesting this time off. Little life pro tip for you. Like, even if you're actually working this week, it is some of the lightest like workload you'll ever have. Like, so much so that the company might as well give everyone these days off. Right? Yeah, and that's because you're doing like the Fortran problem, right? Oh, you guys do a code freeze. There you go. Well, I mean, I'm a developer advocate. My work time is ephemeral anyway. You know, I work weekends. I'm like always kind of on the clock. Oh, Lightspeed. Boy, would that suck. Oh, that would be terrible. Ugh. Ugh. Who wants that as a job? Ugh. And hold on, bum. John Bon Jovi, how's the Alk running? It's flowing like the salmon of Capistrano. All right, 1 second. Let me grab a soda. That's one of those jokes that you could watch Dumb and Dumber and you'll laugh at it. But as a kid, you'll never understand why the salmon of Capistrano is actually funny. It's because it's supposed to be the birds of Capistrano. But salmon do run. Like, you know, like the running of the salmon or whatever. So it's just like, yeah, it's something that only Lloyd would say. All right, so here's the big flaw in what we're doing. If we go to quotas here, and we go to this quota, we try and delete it. That doesn't actually do anything because I didn't set up that button. Yes, because at least here in the US, the majority, like, you know, there are definitely some glass container Coca-Cola that's just the same BS Coke, but at least this right here, right? If we look at the ingredients list, it is basically carbonated water, cane sugar, caramel color, phosphoric acid, natural flavors, caffeine. That's it. 6 things. If you look at a regular Coca-Cola, yikes. Now, they may be doing some magic to hide some things in the natural flavors thing, because you can do that if it's under like a certain percentage of the volume. So it can get a little shady that way. But just cane sugar instead of corn syrup, way better. And yeah, technically they call it Mexican Coca-Cola. It is labeled Refresco, but they actually like carbonate and like brew, like, I don't know, they bottle this stuff right here in Washington for sure. The cost of shipping full bottles of Coca-Cola from Mexico is way more expensive than you actually think. So for the most part, anywhere here in the US, the Coca-Cola you're drinking is probably from a distribution like plant within like 500 miles of where you're at. Just because of the cost of shipping. So yeah, that can of Coca-Cola you might be drinking was probably canned right where you're from. Like within 500 miles. Yeah, the logistics of Coca-Cola is actually fascinating. How they ship that much volume and how they've optimized around that cost. Zevia soda? Just based on the name, I'd bet they ship stevia as like the sweetener, and I can't do stevia. It's gross. If they're not using stevia as their sweetener, it's just a really bad brand name then. Because I would never try it because I would assume that it has it in it. Like, I'd rather drink corn syrup than basically any other, like, fake sugar. I don't know for sure, Lightspeed. I've never heard of Zevia soda. If they're using stevia, I just don't like the taste of it. But aspartame is really bad for your stomach and your stomach lining. And sucralose gives me headaches. So, yeah, basically any of the fake sugars have something weird about them. And stevia just tastes weird. Aspartame will actually eat at your stomach lining, though. Like, in enough quantity. Sucralose gives me headaches, though I've heard other people say it's fine. You know, that might be a me thing. There is a percentage of sucralose that you consume that you never pee back out, though. So where does it go? I don't have anything to back this up. My guess is that sucralose attaches itself to fat cells in some way. The problem is that you can't actually metabolize sucralose. So can you actually burn those fat cells that some of that sucralose attaches to? I don't know. And maybe it's not even that nefarious. Maybe you just sweat out sucralose instead. Like that percentage that never comes out in your pee. I don't know. Aspartame is an amino acid? Oh, I didn't know that. I think the biggest thing is that you probably end up digesting aspartame just fine, but the fact that it will eat away at your stomach lining is pretty gnarly. All right, so yeah, we're able to log in, we're able to get this. We're not able to delete it. If we go to this page, we're able to fetch it, and theoretically, I click delete. We see delete happen. Right? Delete, no content. That request goes through just fine, but it's not actually deleted because we can refresh and it's still there. So I don't know what the deal is there. I know for a fact that we've gotten delete working in the past on other projects. I'm wondering if this is an issue of like a dependency of architect actually just having a bug. Oh, shit. I might need to update architect. I'm scared. I'm scared, boss. They've just been moving so fast and loose with their versioning and breaking changes, right? Like the major version we're on, 5, was a year and a half ago, and they're already up to 8 now. Can we assume that they've totally broken a bunch of stuff we depend on? All right, hold on. The mobile SDKs were breaking changes so much that you've decided solo full stack app dev is becoming more of a scam than reality. It's doable. You kind of just sometimes have to be okay with using an older version. Like I might have to be here in a bit. Hmm. All right, so we'll let that install. I do have to go pee. Give me just a second. You face problems with resuscitation. I believe you can take a class for CPR. Okay, so let me double check. Okay, so not resuscitated. You mean reanimated. All right, I got it. Bum, like, I don't know, man. The fact that I'm hiding your comments and I still kind of want to ban you, there's just something not fun about your comments, man. Y'all don't have to see how lame Bum's comments have been. They're pretty bad. All right, so we just tried to update. Will it even build? Nope. Ah, fuck. Why? We just pretend it never happened. No big deal. Ah, that's much better. So yeah. I used to be somewhat into the WordPress community, and I went to WordCamp a couple times. And there were a couple like competing starter templates out there, right? The most popular one nowadays is like Roots or some other thing. I forget the name. They encourage the use of like Laravel Blade templates and some other BS. It's fine. It's a good enough tool. But I had a different like starter theme for WordPress that I really liked. And I forget the exact name. It was like Skeleton or Bones or something. Underscores? I don't remember. But I do remember that the author of that like starter template gave a talk. Right? And in that talk, he basically said the name of his starter template, right? It is a river. The moment you set a foot into that river, it's a different river. You've changed the way that that river flows. Even for a moment, you have altered the river. What that means is you're not expecting to update the river. The river is your own river now, right? Right? You throw a rock into a river and you have like fundamentally changed that river, no matter how small, no matter how big. You can never get back to that same river again. And it was very much about like, nah, like, yeah, you want to update stuff? Then just update it. Don't update the base template. No. Just update your dependencies. That's your river now. It was actually like really powerful, right? The difference between like the child theme like mentality in WordPress versus the starter template mentality in WordPress. And I think the starter template is far more maintainable because you don't get into the weird update semantics of, well, yeah, I've got my child theme, but I updated the base theme and now the child theme's broken because the base theme doesn't match up anymore. No, sorry. You had a river and you were trying to treat it like something that can have these dependencies. Like, no, it's its own thing. It's its own unique snowflake now. I know I'm messing up his talk, but it was really like powerful. That's how Architect feels for me right now. You want to start a project with Architect? That's the version of Architect you got. At some point, it's not worth updating Architect. It's its own river now. We'll give it another try in earnest at some point, but not today. Not today. So yeah. Bum. I am tired of seeing your messages. Let me get more music playing for everyone. But, Bum, I think I'm over it. If I look through your history and I don't see like a message that was worth making, I'm over it. Oh, and you know what? Because you're a suspicious user, none of your other messages even show up. So since the time you've been restricted, it's not even in your history anymore. I think that's a bug because I want to judge people based upon their like restricted comments. So I feel like Luna, as a mod, you should be able to see the suspicious user comments. Like if I mark someone as suspicious or restricted, mods should be able to see it still. So that's a little weird. Oh, I see, I see. So yeah, on mobile, maybe not. But yeah, like you've probably seen some of their comments like now though, right? And yeah, I don't know. Like I don't think they've said anything of value since I restricted them. They got one more chance to be cool. I don't think they're capable of it. How about this? Any other mods actually enjoy any of the comments they've made? If you're here in mod view? Did they though? Oh, I see what you're saying. Like if we go back to 2023, you're right. Yeah, their 2023 comments don't seem so bad. What is it about 2024 where they just started being really lame? I don't know, man. It's actually kind of weird. So yeah, Bum, I bet you hear me saying this stuff. Maybe take notes. What is it about 2024 that made you not fun to be around? That's only something you could answer. I don't know, Luna. It's super weird. The fact that they just recently refollowed definitely seems like part of it. Like they're here to just be a dick. But sometimes you got to call people out for their behavior. All right, so back to Waltr. Yeah, something is just up with our delete functionality. You have a problem with reanimated. Okay. Sure. Oh man, yeah, and we have not restarted our dashboard, so we're just we got memory leaks going now. That's fun. Yeah, it's not actually deleting the records from the database, but the data wrapper is accepting the query just fine. Like, I almost wonder if it's just a problem with the local, like, Dynamo. Uh, I think it's like a simulator. It's like Dino Light. Not Dyna Light. Oh, is it Dyna Light? Oh, it is. I thought it was Dino Light. So yeah, it's built on LevelDB, but it's just an abstraction over there, like over like the Dynamo API for local usage. And wait, Dynamo actually has transactions now? No way. When did that happen? No way. Okay, so yeah, this isn't necessarily something I actually want to use. Okay. Um, is there something I could do, like, towards what you're saying, using a CLI or otherwise? Maybe. So this is Dynamo. There's no such thing as a foreign key. Everything is stored in a single table. You don't have to do that with Dynamo, but Dynamo also doesn't have a concept of foreign keys. But in Dynamo, the preferred way of managing data is the single table data structure. Interesting. So in the source code here for functions, let me do this. Let me look for Dynalite. Oh, so they have their own fork of Dynalite too. ACM, what about Cockroach? Okay, so Sandbox is the thing actually calling all this. Here's the thought. What version of Dynalite do we think we have after all this stuff like rationalizes itself? Hmm. Yeah, that doesn't seem right. Hold on. Find. Yeah, should be something like this. I don't want to do it to there. We can do find dot. Ah, it's in dot .pnpm. Okay. And that's at the base. So wait, node modules, .pnpm, Dynalite, so not at Dynalite. And we even saw the version, so I don't actually need to find it here. We saw it in the path. But might as well go look. Yeah, so 3.2.2. Yeah, so this should not be a Dynalite problem because Dynalite hasn't been updated since I first started using Architect. Wow. All right, so yeah, Dynalite is an effort by basically one person, and then every once in a while someone comes in and updates it a bit. This person right here, Ryan Block, is actually the creator of Architect. And this is 2023. What did they do back in 2023? And wait, is Architect actually part of the OpenJS Foundation? Did I miss that? Did that happen? Oh, yeah. That's not a good sign. Am I going to have to migrate off of Architect sooner than I thought? Because that's not a good sign, man. Yeah, sponsored development by a thing that doesn't resolve anymore. So wait, 11.1.0? Oh, Begin got acquired by Sanity? Oh. That's still not a good sign. And the fact that he's releasing commits where he's just bumping the version without changing anything else. That's also not a good sign. Oh, he updated the depths in the changelog. Why not? Okay, so maybe it didn't do it in the same version because he's using some automated script. Sure. Yeah, I remember what it used to look like. I don't know, like it seems like abandonware at this point. Oh, so like they just got acquired and it's already dead? Oh, and yeah, that's not going to resolve, so we'd have to go Wayback Machine. Welcoming the Begin team to sanity and breaking all of their backlinks. I'm guessing that little snippet is not in their blog post. Is that Ryan right there? I feel like I've seen some stuff with him bald, but maybe not. Brian LaRue, he's the other dude. Oh my god, no, I'm not signing into LinkedIn. So yeah, Brian LaRue and Ryan Block, main people behind Architect. This seems like it was just a talent acquisition in a way that got the Begin investors paid off as well. So I would actually kind of enjoy chatting with someone from Seattle JS about this, because I believe they were an investor. I'm sure they just looked at it as cashing out. Oh, and it's no longer a content management system. It's a content operating system. Dude, operating system is such an overloaded term at this point. If you go on Y Combinator, half of the fucking companies in Y Combinator say they're an operating system for blank. You fucking liars. Like, come on, man. If you overuse the term, it loses all meaning. We're the operating system for landscaping businesses. You son of a bitch. Like, oh, you son of a bitch. No, I like YC. I just think, like, we've all seen Silicon Valley, right? Calling yourself the operating system for blank is basically as bullshitty as we're changing the world by making links able to be shortened. We're making the world a better place by shortening links for marketing companies. Are you? I actually think YC is a good idea. I got no problems with YC. I think it's actually really smart. Now, here's the thing, LG, right? Sure. They've actually got more money than they know what to do with. And when there are two competing applications forking VS Code, well, fuck it. Fund both of them, because if one of them succeeds, you get your money back anyway. That's actually kind of smart, man. Like, I see no problem with it. The pair, like, AI or pair, like trypair.io or whatever their domain is, I think they're actually kind of cool dudes. Did they fuck up some of their marketing? Absolutely. But I think they're cool dudes. I think there's no problem in forking something that's totally open source. And if you at least have something you're doing with it that makes sense, then yeah, do it. Duh. VS Code started out as a fork of Atom. And they made the world a better place by getting millions of dollars of investment from Microsoft. It was just internally driven rather than VC funded. The way to look at Microsoft is a bunch of the projects that they have internally are basically like internal VC funding. You don't think they forked Atom? I mean, at some point, with how early they started with Electron, they kind of did. Like, VS Code has migrated away from Electron, but they started out as an Electron app. And they were one of the earliest adopters of Electron. At that point, it's basically an Atom fork. But no, if you want to split hairs about it, yes. Did they copy Monaco from any of the work that Atom did? No. But I would say that they were so early on the Electron train that it's close enough. But we can just disagree on that. You know the saddest part? I actually preferred brackets. It was so much easier to like modify. Like it was technically more open because everything was just like document.query selector away from like massively changing the UI. Like you could modify brackets by just doing query selector magic. Like that was kind of cool actually. You didn't need like the giant sandboxed API system that VS Code ships with. Like the entire reason why people have to fork VS Code, because VS Code is massively limiting what people can do with extensions. Same reason why VS Code had to create their own bracket colorizer, because the APIs they were exposing to people were nowhere near performant enough. So I would say forking VS Code actually makes a lot of sense to get out of that sandbox. That walled garden, if you will. So can we at least agree on that, LG? To do anything beyond what VS Code decides you should be able to do, you have to fork it. I look at their API as more of a constraint system than actually an extensibility system. Oh, really, Dead Swank? I'm curious about that. Like, did you work on the core team? No, and I get that, LG. Right? So it's not the forking, it's the fact that they forked a fork. Right? They didn't even bother to spoon after the fork. I get it. I get it. That can be a problem. You gotta spoon after you fork. No, it starts to make more sense there, LG, when you realize that they're not necessarily funding just the product. They're funding the people behind it. So, like, you could have the best idea in the world, but not actually be something that YC wants to have anything to do with because they don't like you as a person. Like, for the most part, YC funds people, not just ideas. Not just MVPs. So I think there's something to that. They were funding the guys that made Pair. Pair was just so happening to be the thing they were working on. I think with a good set of like coaching and pivots, Pair could actually do some cool stuff. Or at the bare minimum, it can become an acqui-hire by the other thing they're funding, Cursor. I see no problem with that either. At which point, basically, YC gets back the $2 million that they spent on Pair. You know. Okay, so Dead Swank. You saw security problems with obscure language extensions, things that were super off-shelf tools, but not debuggers per se. No, and I get that, and I can understand it a bit. Nothing really prevents you from getting around that, though. Like as far like so maybe you're talking about like file system sandboxing. I could see that. I think nowadays with things like XDism, where you can write file system based plugins in totally different languages. You can do all sorts of stuff on the file system or networking wise that goes outside of what VS Code could even stop. Because VS Code does support like it I think a major portion of WASI, right? So at some point like you got to just let people make their own mistakes. But I get it, like malicious extensions, you know, it's the same reason I don't install anyone else's like browser extensions, you know? So I can understand that. I get it. Exactly, right? Like at some point, being that gatekeeper becomes more work than it's worth. It's like Node.js and like NPM. You can identify the bad actors, but to try and prevent the bad actors like ahead of time, that's tough, right? Like I don't know. Like you're better off just doing like proactive like scanning and like running things inside of like fake environments or something. But you kind of got to let people like shoot themselves in the foot a bit. Otherwise it gets like way too big brothery, right? But for a company like Microsoft, they kind of have to be, otherwise their liability is opened up too much. So I don't know. Like I can see both directions. I'm not trying to argue one way or the other. I'm just thinking out loud, basically. Yes, I agree. I think there's definitely some kind of like larger conversation to be made about like where do you stop holding the hand of your users? Right? At what point does a supply chain vulnerability become the user's problem rather than the supply chain's problem? And I don't know if anyone's qualified to draw that line in the sand, but at least chatting about it and trying to understand how those lines can be drawn in the sand, right? Like maybe giving people the power to redraw that line in the sand would be valuable. Yeah. If someone really wants to install some weird VS Code extension, just let them, you know? But at least like make them opt into it rather than it being like, well, I don't know, I was just clicking buttons, right? Like, you know. It's like that meme of like the person on the bicycle and they throw the stick in their own spokes and they fall. And like, why would VS Code do this to me? At some point, you got to let someone stick that stick in the spokes. Right? Kinda. Yeah. I'm saying like, give them the guardrails to opt out of the protection. But then if they mess up and they stick that spoke in their, or the stick in their spokes, like, I mean, did we at least let you know that it could have been a problem? Did we do all we could? But in the same part of the meme, right? Like, the moment they stick that stick in the spokes and they have a problem, they're looking for anyone else to blame. So you need to have, like, the paper trail of, we tried, you know? I do think this is a good conversation. I'm just thinking out loud. Maybe so I can make a YouTube video about it at some point, but we'll see. I'm way too lazy for that. If someone else wants to write it, I'll happily read it. If someone else wants to make that YouTube video, I'm sure the Primogen would watch it. Sorry, not watch it. React to it. Looking for a good data scientist? I'm probably way off of anything like that, but yeah, we can chat about it at some point. Yeah. If I apply to Y Combinator, can I use you as a reference? And that was just bringing it back as a callback to Elfman. And they're like, ooh, YC? Gross. Sorry, I don't know why. That felt like a good callback. Like comedian style, you know? Come on, LG. You know that was a good joke. And hold on. So Ayush over on... Let me bring it back real quick. Ayush over on YouTube asked, what is Sanity? Sanity is a content management system. Yes, a CMS. It's a cloud CMS, very similar to Contentful or any of those other things. I think it's a great idea. Personally, I think they have an uphill battle against something like headless WordPress. But if anything, Sanity gets a lot of bonus points for just not having anything to do with Matt Mullenweg. Like, that's actually like 1,000 extra points at this point. I don't even know what scale we're talking about. Like, maybe of 100 points possible, having nothing to do with Matt Mullenweg gives them an extra 1,000. And then the things they don't provide that WordPress totally does, well, yeah, you start deducting. But still, probably still above 100, right? AT Proto? That's actually kind of smart, Luna. Like, you build an AT Proto-based CMS, and you got something. Oh, you really got something there. Like, I'd say you could apply to YC or, like, any, like, VC with that. If you get, like, a good MVP going. And, like, some type of, like, paid hosting platform for it. Self-hostable, of course. But, you know, paid if you're too lazy. That sounds really smart to me. I don't know anything about AT Proto, so I'm not really sure, like, who owns the data. I assume you still have to have it hosted somewhere, right? How you decide to host that data, but making it portable, right? Like being really upfront, like, hey, your data, you own it. If you want to move off, go for it. What does PDS actually stand for there? Personal data server? Yeah. So Blue Sky, okay, personal data server. Okay, yes, exactly. So Blue Sky is acting as a PDS as well. Yeah, maybe it stands for something else, sure. I kind of like that idea. Honestly, like Luna, a proper WordPress style CMS on top of like Blue Skies, AT Proto, and PDS, and blah, 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 all that stuff. If you can make it work with Gutenberg and WordPress plugins, that is massively investable. All right, so hold up. You got 6 months to implement that. So that would be the thing, Array of Hope. You would want it to be something that, like, even if it's a PHP plugin, I bet you could eventually get some kind of, like, Wasm PHP thing going to where it's just operating on data and maybe, like, modifying some DOM stuff through an abstraction. Yeah, you would need some kind of, like, layer on top, but I think you could do it, especially if you have it, like, is there a PHP Wasm runtime? Worst case scenario, you just build it in PHP. Fuck it. Right? Worst case scenario, you just build it with PHP. Fuck it. PHP is not so bad, you know? Like, you could do this. You could really do this. All right, so it's Emscripten based. Okay. So here's the way to think about it in WordPress. It is just PHP coded from scratch using the WordPress API. And the most important part about the WordPress API, like, is the idea of their hooks. Right? Like, this isn't a good resource. Yeah, Nordy's Dead Swank. Like, honestly, if you want to leave a follow, totally up to you. No big deal if not. I am CM Griffing on all platforms. Oh, you've been following for over a year. No, you're good, man. Shit. But yeah, CM Griffing. I am there everywhere. cmgriffing.com resolves to, like, all my social links. If you ever want to, like, connect, LinkedIn, etc. Right? So YouTube, Blue Sky, Twitch, LinkedIn, GitHub, blog, and then Twitter way down at the bottom. All the way down in the basement. Yes, that's an IT Crowd reference. Come on. Duh. Bottom shelf for sure. Just slightly worse than Jack Daniels, but that's not saying a lot. Oh, they actually send emails about it? Like, hey, you're losing followers on Twitter. Come on back, please. Damn, that's desperate. Holy shit, that's desperate. Wow. Dude, Twitter is dead. They're sending the please come back. Yes. I'm not popular enough to have that, so, that's fine. That's fucking hilarious, though. Please come back. Like, dude. Well, you were sitting at like a large number, though, weren't you? I'm still probably at like 5 or 6K, so like it's not enough for them to even like worry about messaging me. Because they're probably not making any money. They can't afford to message every person. All right, so hold on. WordPress API reference. Wow, they've really fucked up their docs. This used to be good. This used to actually be like a good set of docs. Like, hold on. Do they not have like the plugin reference? Not just the API, but like... Damn. Matt Mullenweg. He even made the docs worse. Why? Why would he do that? Plugin developer handbook. All right, that's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. This is most likely the way to get all this. Like, dude, this used to be so much better. It used to be an actual handbook. But here we go, the hooks. So basically, the hooks and actions provided to plugins, right? Like the things that the core is exposing, you basically like hook into filters, actions, and hooks themselves in a way that like you register a callback basically for when a certain action happens or when a certain filter happens. So there are actions or filters based upon like rendering the editor layout, right? Like the Gutenberg editor. They will call a hook for like, I don't know, I'm going to mess up the names of these because I haven't done it for years. Like what's a good hook? I don't know, man. They used to have a list of these things. Ugh, I don't care enough. Here you go. Basically, add action, right? You would give it a hook name, and one of those hook names might be something like show block type. And that would be the type of block that you can add to the like inside of your Gutenberg editor. So like add block type might have, I don't know, I'm messing all this up. They used to make this so much easier to actually Google and figure out, and just like you could see a full list of all the hooks available to you, all the actions available to you. Like, dude, they have massively fucked up their docs. So that's really annoying. But basically, yes, they would have a hook for, oh, you want to like render the name, description, and version of your plugin? Yeah, that would be a specific hook you register, and then it can show up inside of like the plugin directory, right? Like of stuff that you have enabled. Things like that. Oh, you want to have it show up when someone is trying to add a block to the Gutenberg editor. You would hook into that thing to have the name of your thing show, and they would click it and it would do something. And then you would have another hook that says what it does within the Gutenberg editor. Again, the fact that none of this stuff is as easily discoverable as it used to be, I haven't looked at any of this for like 6 years or more. It has gone way downhill. Like, that's actually kind of sad. Like, their docs used to be like the pinnacle of what I would recommend for anyone doing any kind of plugin system even. So yeah, when I did freelancing for that WordPress job, did they give me access to log in to their account to work on it? So hold on. Array of Hope. Are you talking about when I was freelancing? Or are you talking about when I did WordPress work for the company I used to work for? When I was freelancing, I was setting up everything. Like, I made the accounts for them and all that shit. I would then create an account for them that didn't let them fuck with plugins and all that shit. Yeah, when I was freelancing, I was making all that shit from scratch. I was doing the hosting. It was like top to bottom, full stack, all that. And then I would set them up with the account so that they could do their content creation. And you can lock down their account in a way that, like, yeah, if they don't have admin access, they don't see the plugin interface. They don't see any of the stuff they could possibly mess up. Even then, at the agency I used to work for, we would do basically the same thing. Like, one person at their org would have like admin access, but we would actively discourage them from using it and give them another account to log in and do like actual content creation. And that would be locked down. So yeah, beginner WordPress developer, I don't know, we can look. I would say it's probably worth checking out and doing. You're going to gain a lot more. Like, sure, go through all this. Go for it. You're going to gain a lot more by just hacking at it. Like, if their docs were better, it would be easier to discover what hooks you should probably be looking at. They used to have just like a full-on list of like the order of operations of when hooks got called. And it was really good. But yeah, nowadays, I have no idea what the right way to learn WordPress is. I don't know. I'm really bummed on it. I've been defending WordPress for far too long, I think. Because, yeah, like, they have lost their way. But this course might be good. I know nothing about this course. No, so that's like the thing I push back on there, Array of Hope. Any dev who has actually done significant WordPress work actually is still somewhat enamored with how well they have done a plugin ecosystem, how well they have built out the hooks and the things that you need to tie into and the filters and all that stuff. The only thing I'm pushing back on right now is the fact that they messed up their docs. Their docs used to be actually really good about that entire system. They haven't changed that system because they are really averse to actually breaking things. So I guarantee all of the same hooks that I have used in the past still exist. They are very much against backwards breaking changes. So much so that, yeah, they still support like PHP 7.1 or some shit. Like backwards compatibility is something they actually support to a fault. But yeah, like if you wrote a plugin 6 years ago, I bet it still works. It wouldn't work with the Gutenberg editor because that was still brand new. So if you wanted to add something to the editor, that would be trickier. But yeah, like other than that, like dude, they're pretty solid about not breaking people's installs. Damn, how is it 9 o'clock already? How is it 9 o'clock already? Damn, a ray of hope. It's 5 a.m. for you, but you slept most of the day, so yeah, I get it. Let me go use the restroom real quick. We were not talking about Lambos specifically. We were talking about PHP. Only one person owns a Lambo because of PHP, and that's Matt Mullenweg, and I don't think he deserves it. But yeah, let me go pee. BRB. Okay, so let me think out loud a little bit. This right here is the last chilled Coca-Cola I got. Any other Coca-Cola I have tonight will be room temperature. The thought process I am considering right now is do we think that maybe this is just a flaw locally? Because I would expect Dynalite to fail. Right? Flat out just fail out on us. If we were passing the wrong props, you know? So the closest thought that I have is that we can just assume it's going to work. And the fact that we're not able to delete locally is fine. And we can move on with other stuff. Because We should be getting like a major error from the underlying system. The only way we could verify this is if we like push it up. And I don't want to do that right now. And here's the problem, like, or not the problem, but here's the nice part. We can just push it up, and if delete doesn't work, well then, yeah, we actually have to fix it, and we'll have to fix it everywhere, and it should be a thing that we fix in probably just like one place. So it's not a problem we have to be like really heavily concerned with right now, I don't think. I bet if we updated Architect, we'd be good too. It's just a change I don't want to make right now. So before we deploy, we will do the Architect update, right? But before any of that, we'll get the application working for the most part with the versions that we have. Yeah, I like it. You know what else I like? These shrimp crackers. Made with real shrimp, so you know it's good. Oh yeah, that's how you know it's good. No, they're actually like really, really good. Oh, see, it's an acquired taste. In Japan, oh, they love this like this fish food stuff. And they're really good. Like, nah. They're not too sweet, not too salty, just fishy enough. I like them. I think they're good. Right? They're baked, not fried. They're really good. There you go, Sprez. All right, so yeah, Ethan, if you're out there, I don't know how soon I'll be ready to play games, and it might be too late for you. I do think I should be ready in the next like hour. So if we get back to here, interesting. Yeah, let me close some of these things. Yeah, all that looks fine to me. So Array of Hope, I think that becomes tricky. You should be able to do it depending on what you're trying to do it with. In general, Next.js wants you to use something cookie-based. Setting up JWT auth, especially for server-side rendering, is trickier. So as far as setting up cookie auth, you should be good to go, right? Using whatever the recommended system is. Next auth or whatever, that should be pretty easy. JWT stuff is pretty easy with NextAuth. I would say I don't think so, because the JWT is not shipped with an initial GET request. Right? If you're doing local storage JWT stuff, Next is not built to do that automatically. All right? Not for SSR. If you're doing something that is gated and requires the JWT to be passed for every request to the back end, then you're good to go. But for SSR, that's just a GET that doesn't have any type of semantics of fetching from local storage or anything. And you don't have access to local storage from the initial SSR request. Pretty much all of the SSR-focused frameworks have that same exact problem. They would prefer that you use cookies because that's available with every request. You can pull it in server-side props with a single call. I would actually love to see an example of that. With just a GET request? I don't think so. You would do a GET, and then it would have to do a round trip to the front end for it to request you to send that over to the back end via an extra AJAX call or something, right? The initial server-side rendering call has no access to the local storage, whatsoever. So it'd have to set up this weird round trip. What I'm wondering, Krasner, is maybe you were doing cookie auth with JWTs, but your cookie was the one actually sending that JWT to the server. Which at that point, a JWT actually defeats the purpose. You could just use any opaque token you want. I mean, Krasner, you could just look at the initial GET request to any server-side rendered page you're talking about, and then you would know, because it would be right there in DevTools. Is it going across as a header, or is it going across inside of the cookie? Yeah, Bum, I'm tired of your comments. They fucking suck. Get out of here, man. Luckily, none of y'all had to deal with Bum, but I still had to, and I didn't like it. No one. You didn't see a single comment they made because they were already restricted. And they still just wouldn't get it. So yeah, no. Now I don't have to see their comments either. I made it to where you guys didn't have to see them. And I gave them so much benefit of the doubt. Nah, they can just fuck right off. Oh, it's fine, Luna. Yeah, no worries. Like, I don't expect mods to do anything like that. The only thing I end up expecting is if I ask a question to mods in general, at least a couple respond. That's all. They seem to be, like, way over-concerned with me drinking alcohol on stream. Like, massively. Like, way too concerned. As if what I'm saying is diminished because I have alcohol in my system. Is it? No. It is a cookie. That's what I thought, Krasner. So yeah, Nextauth prefers a cookie because basically Next requires a cookie to have access to that token at SSR time. If you were doing JWT in local storage, the backend never sees that until you send it client-side to them, right? I mean, cookies are delicious. Biscuits are delicious, for sure. As far as auth goes, if I'm doing something that requires someone to authenticate, I do tend to prefer just doing it with local storage and a JWT over the wire. There are people out there in the world that will say, like, oh my god, your app's so vulnerable. Wrong. I don't have anything where someone could inject any major code that's going to be a problem. They're going to inject code maybe they see. Oh, surprise, you compromised yourself. You know, like, I don't care. I'm not dealing with a thing where people are making content that other people will end up evaluating into a DOM. So, like, there is no XSS problem in the application I'm building. Doesn't matter. Any extension has to be specifically looking for your application's storage of those tokens, because any extension that's just scraping local storage tokens is going to have such a haystack of all applications that do it that it doesn't even matter, right? The token expires before they even have a chance to use it, right? The key to a good JWT and local storage is a short-lived JWT. They would have to be specifically focused on compromising your application for that to work. Meh. You know, like, I don't know. Like, the people that argue on behalf of cookies over local storage are not arguing in good faith. In many cases. Like, one of the biggest ones I've heard was from Ryan Florence. What if my friend Michael Jackson, the maintainer of Unpackaged, decides to middleman some library that gets injected into your application at runtime? Well, number one, stop using unpackage in production. Problem solved. Problem fucking solved. Right? It's a boogeyman argument. It's a fucking straw man. It doesn't matter because you're already fucking up. What if you're using unpackage in production? Well, right there, just don't do that. Problem solved. Like, dude, come on. It's just, yeah, it's ridiculous. All right, so let's look back at what we're doing here. And yeah, Ayush, you write code better with alcohol in your system. I mean, there's a limit to that, for sure. What I'd get at is, I don't think I'm at a point where it's even close to being a hindrance or even improving things. It does make me a little more argumentative. But as far as the code goes, nah, we're good. We're totally good. Yeah, there is a limit, and there is like a minimum before it even like affects the code, you know? I don't even think we're at that minimum. It does decrease the amount of BS I want to put up with, though. So maybe there's something to that. Like, hence why I finally got fed up with Bum's comments. Anyway, let's get back to it. What I want to do before we finish up is I want to implement a modal rather than just like, yeah, when I click delete here, it's not actually going to do anything because we didn't wire that part up yet. But I want that to show a modal that we share between that page we just saw and then when we click this delete button. So we're going to create a reusable component that requires you type in the name of the thing you want to delete because it is somewhat like majorly destructive because it's a whole brand new ID even if you give it like the same name after deleting it. And that'll mess up all sorts of like accounting stuff on your end. In the same way that if you were to do that with Stripe, yeah, you just done fucked up. It gets back to the point we were having earlier about VS Code extensions. And at some point, you got to just let the user shoot themselves in the foot. You can't invent a gun that doesn't allow the user to shoot themselves in the foot because then it doesn't actually have the capability of shooting at the thing they probably want to shoot at too. So at some point, people just need to take ownership over their own actions. And that will come down to permissions and other things. Ayush, we don't use passwords. We do magic links. What I'm getting at is they'll type in their name and they type in the name, so it prevents like the random click. But because we're not even using passwords, their entire email and their multi-factor auth, which we require both. At that point, it's kind of on them. It's kind of on them. It's like provisioning like an IAM on AWS. If you give it too many permissions and it goes and deletes all of your resources, whose fault is that really? You know, you provision some IAM permissions, you provision some other stuff, and then you leak that key and it deletes everything. You know, I could see that, Ayush. I would say that is maybe post MVP, but requiring another MFA would be worth it. I could see that being useful. Hey, you want to do this thing that is majorly destructive? Fine, do your multi-factor auth again. And then confirm the name of the thing. All right, cool. Maybe just the MFA again would work. I think the problem is our tokens for this app are only 24 hours, whereas a GitHub login lasts way longer. And that's why asking for the TOTP for various actions makes way more sense, because they could have potentially been logged in for a month, you know, and someone just got the device. At a 24-hour JWT, like local storage token, like access token length, meh. So Sprez, yes. An extension can access your JWT at whatever domain you happen to be on. It is all scoped to the domain you're on. But at that point, if you have an extension that is compromised and untrustworthy, it has so much more access than you're even like considering anyway, that it could do anything. It could listen and record all your passwords that you type in. It could listen to anything. The problem is not the fact that it can listen to your JWTs. It's the fact that you granted an extension all of that permission, which is why you'll see that I only have extensions I've written. Well, and GitKraken. Yeah, extensions can listen to every key typed in. Extensions can do anything. At that point, is a JWT leaking even that big of a problem? I don't think so. If someone wants to compromise you and they've gotten to you through a compromised extension, it's a matter of time. The problem, or like the reason why that's a less credible threat, is that any extension with a large enough user base that it's possible to target specific domains, it is such a focused, crazy amount of they wanted to get you specifically. Like, it is like so focused on you specifically that it's kind of insane. Like, that person was going to get you no matter what. They were just going to leave a fucking thumb drive outside of your headquarters and someone would just plug it in. That's actually the easier way to get access to your system than try to use an extension. They could just leave 10 thumb drives a day outside the headquarters of your business and probably get access to your system quicker than relying upon some extension. For certain domains, maybe Sprez, but even then, they could just leave thumb drives outside of the Google headquarters. And statistically, 1 out of 100 devs going into work will pick one up and plug it into their machine. Ooh, hold on. Ayush, what is Elliot style? What is that a reference to? Is Elliot maybe someone from that one movie with the guy that where his eyes don't seem to be like in a like they don't talk to each other? Mr. Robot. Yeah, that's the show I was talking about. Right? It's like the main character's eyes. They're controlled by the same system, but they don't necessarily talk to each other. Yeah, exactly. Rami Malek. That's the dude. You look me in my eyes that aren't quite level, and, like, you know, no one's are, and tell me that my assessment of that dude is incorrect. I mean, no, he's a fantastic actor, probably a really cool dude, but was my description actually inaccurate? That's all I'm asking you. He's a fantastic actor. Probably a really cool dude. Never chatted with him. No idea. I know, exactly. Right? Yeah, like, come on. Is he looking at me? And I'm sorry. Yes, I know. There are people out there that have that problem. I get it. I don't actually want to roast people because of that. Someone I consider a friend from Seattle JS has that problem. My older brother has that problem. Like, yeah, like, you know, it's a thing. But also, it's a striking feature that you can usually use to describe someone, and someone knows exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, no worries, X Factor. Again, I'm not trying to roast anybody. I know. It did come off a little callous, though, so I do want to apologize. See, I think some of the people I know actually have a glass eye, and that becomes way trickier. Like, it's a really, really good glass eye, so it's hard to tell. But, just saying. So Sprez, interesting. Like, people could go to jail outside the DoD. In some domains, stuff is nuts. No, I get you. I would say even then, even if they know, even the best of people make mistakes. Even the best of people will make a mistake in the wrong situation, right? Maybe they were flustered for work that day, or, you know, like, they were given the USB drive by a friend that they work with that picked it up, but they assumed the friend knew where they got it from. Like, I don't know. Like, there is such, like, an easy argument to be made for the fallibility of people that's actually, like, the best way to get access to a business. Right, like Sprez, like, installing unknown browser extensions is actually one of the easier things to lock down, you know? If you're at an organization that cares that much, you're actually probably able to restrict what people can install anyway. Like, they'd have to go through so much extra effort to install, like, a random extension, you know? USB cables. Ooh, that's a good point too, Ayush. Yeah, good call. Right? Like miniaturization has caught up to where USB cables could actually have all the same BS that a USB drive had back in the day. Yeah, that's another good point. Absolutely spreads. Like every single time. Yeah, people are the weakest link. Right? Like my favorite bit of pretty much every movie about hacking is that the biggest parts of the hacks happened because of social engineering. So in the movie Hackers, hey, this is Bill from accounting, and Mr. Kawasaki needs this report by tomorrow, or else I'm gonna have to commit Harry Carey. Could you just read me the numbers off the back of that little box you got there on your desk? Yeah, Sneakers is actually the best hacking movie. It's even better. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like there's no like major software hacking happening in that film whatsoever. Yeah, another line I think of is Hackers 2 Takedown. Maybe it's just Takedown depending on where you saw it released or whatever. But in that movie, I remember distinctly like when I think about that movie, I immediately hear Skeet Ulrich saying, "Hey, this is Joe Frady from accounting." Like boom, right? Like that's how he like Kevin Mitnick got access to most systems. Not with some crazy black hat bullshit, but no, he made phone calls. He just made phone calls. You know, like it's like it's so easy. You just make a phone call. That's why phishing is still the most effective form of compromising anyone's system these days. Because you're just a phone call away. As far as cost benefit goes, like, oh man, yeah, just fish people instead. But yeah, so Ayush, you're asking what movies do I recommend related to hacking? I mean, we just went through the three big ones: Hackers, because it's fun; Sneakers, because it's accurate; and then Hackers 2 Takedown, because it's a good introduction to the Kevin Mitnick stuff. But just recognize that Hackers 2 Takedown basically tells the story from the perspective that something Takamura or whatever, I forget the guy's actual name. That security researcher dude is actually a good guy. No, he's actually kind of a dick, but the movie portrays him in a good light. So I get that there, Sprez. I totally understand. But again, you gotta be like such a big enough organization to where like the haystack of users you have can be filtered down to the haystack of actually like tokens that you can benefit from using, which needs to be filtered down to the ones that you can use quick enough to do it. And like, man, that is tough. But yes, I agree. Financial markets, banks, etc. I point out I don't have any other extensions installed besides my own and GetKraken's. Oh, actually, landmark navigation for like, yeah, for like accessibility stuff. Sure. But I am very, very specific, you know? Yeah, yeah, there you go. Yes, Mr. Congressperson. Exactly. I totally get that one. I understand it. When it comes to your software as a service, though, like some generic software as a service, nah. Just nah. One of my neighbors is cooking some food that smells just awful. Like dirty diaper. Awful. Hold up. It might be pho. Like, I don't know what it is, but store-bought pho smells like dirty diaper awful. If you're using local storage for tokens, do you need GDPR banners? I don't think so. Damn it, it really does smell like pho at this point. There's definitely something about pho smelling like dirty diapers that is not ideal. I don't know. Pho spelled P-H-O. We got plenty of other people chiming in. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, RJ. You might not like have known that that's how that's pronounced. So, like, when you see like a restaurant and they call themselves the Pho King, it's not the Pho King, it's the Pho King. So yeah, like the majority of pho restaurants do some type of terrible pun. That's just how that works. That's science. That's actually how you know you're in for like some good pho. If they have like a serious name, like Vietnamese Noodle House, oh, they suck. They're really bad. It's not even worth eating. Yeah, store-bought pho is really bad. There is like at Costco, at least here in Washington, there is a brand of pho that's like, it's the noodles. They give you like a flavoring packet and some like, you know, like dried out vegetable packet. That one's actually pretty good. That one's actually pretty good. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Let me finish what I got. Firewater. All right, so we might be approaching Ballroom Peak here soon. Now, we'll get this modal going. I think these rants and these chats are really fun, actually. So, if I am less productive just having these conversations, I'm okay with that. So yeah, hold on. Let me double check. On a quick search, it looks like GDPR still applies to local storage if there's any personal data being stored. Yeah, that's a good point. Sure. So at that point, yeah, are you encoding like the user's email address into the token's payload? There are times that you actually would. Like, even something like their username, if you extracted it from their email, could be considered PII. I don't know. Just saying. Now, hold on. Real quick, Ayush. Yeah, like you mentioned, you live in Japan. Costco pho No, not photo. This brand. Yeah, Snapdragon Pho. This one's actually not bad. This one's not bad at all. Like, you still need to add your own, like, protein to it. So, you know, cook your beef however you want. Cook your shrimp however you want. Like, all that stuff. But this is not a bad, like, store-bought, like, pho mix. You know? It's all right. I stand by this one. Like, other pho I've done, I started cooking it and was like, well, now I'm not hungry because it smells like dirty diaper. Like, whatever a neighbor is cooking right now. Nissin? Nissin, that's like a top ramen brand, isn't it? Like, is that the top ramen brand, or is that just a ramen brand? Oh, X Factor. Like, you just get yourself some store-bought, like, pho broth in, like a carton. It's actually really bad. Yeah, Nissin does make top ramen. Top ramen is the Nissin brand. Okay, yes. Yeah, I know what you're talking about, Ayush. I have not tried their pho, though. Yeah, I've not tried their pho. And yeah. Lloyd, I'm curious. Is your name a reference to the movie The Stupids? Because if so, all right, you get a pass. Praise the Lloyd. Ayush, I can't drink Jack Daniels. I can't do it. Wait, is it really a reference to The Stupids, Lloyd? That's actually really good. So if everyone doesn't know, there's a movie released in the 90s called The Stupids. It's terrible, but I love it. I don't know how to describe that any better. It's terrible, but I fucking love it. Right? Tom Arnold, the rest of his family. Chaos ensues, all due to just weird misunderstandings. It's so bad it's good. I highly recommend it. It's just awful. Just awful. But God, it's so fun. Oh, it's just so fun. There's a problem with the drive B? Fatal error, drive B? Like, oh my God. Yeah. So good. I have a service called StreamParrot in which I can replace any words we want, or even like Twitch's own emotes, right? Like, you go to some other stream and you do a smiley face. Well, here you get my smiling face instead of their weird pixelated garbage. I can replace any word or emoji or text that I care to replace with an image of my own choosing. And if you're a streamer, you can actually go sign up for StreamParrot and do it yourself on your own stream. I don't give a shit. You love it? You mean you heart it with a brain? Like brain heart it? Yeah, cool, man. All right, so any particular reason I can't drink Jack anymore? Ayush. I used to ride for a brand called Rome Snowboards. And hold on, I'll just throw it on because we're late enough into a stream. It's 10 p.m. Like, come on. 24-hour stream incoming. Probably not. But, you know, we can go to YouTube and we can see... nope, none of that stuff. Hold on. No? There it is. That's what I'm looking for. This is my sponsor me video from 2006. Halfway through this video, you see me riding Roam snowboards. That's the company I ended up getting free gear from. I ended up getting bindings and board for, I mean, I want to say bindings and board for like 10 years. Boots I got for maybe like 4 to 6 years or something like that. This is all me. Yeah, for sure. Outerwear I got from other companies. Roam did outerwear for like 2 years. I got free One Ball J wax for a while. I got free goggles from, like, you know, my friend that ended up becoming like the rep for Roam and Von Zipper, etc. So yeah, halfway through this video, I ended up getting sponsored. At one point, I ended up getting free Rockstar energy drinks. I ended up getting free Chronic energy drinks, which was just super fun based on the name. I posted this video over to like the snowboarding subreddit and got like 600 plus like likes or upvotes or whatever, which I'm pretty proud of. Had people saying like, oh man, this is solid for like today even still. I mean, I doubt it, but yeah. Do I still do this? I don't ride at this same level. I ride powder nowadays. I do kind of want to get back into like some park stuff. But I pretty much only go up when it's actually nice. Like when there's fresh powder or when it's like slushy and sunny. I do not ride park at that same level. I actually got better than that, though. Like, I got to a point where my safety trick was a frontside 7. And I could chuck that pretty much any day of the week. I think I could get myself back to that with just like a month of like shredding and trying. But I'm lazy. Like, what's the point? Whatever. Who cares? I was always more of a jibber, and like a lot of my jib tricks, I could get back onto like the jibbing stuff real quick. Like my best tricks, I could get back to my best jibbing tricks again, like within a month, but like my jibbing is at a way higher level than my jumping. And when I say jibbing, I mean like rails and boxes and stuff. Like, there was a period of time where I might have been, like, the best jibber at Stevens Pass. Like, the resort that I'm from. There was never a time where I was the best jumper. Never. Never happened. No. But the fact that I could do jumps while being a high-level jibber, you know, that was the thing. I also had the ability to do like at least frontside spins off the toes and off the heels, which is actually kind of rare. Like most people end up picking one or the other. So, yeah, anyway, fun stuff. I did do a little bit of backside off the heels, but never in the park, only in powder. So, yeah. But again, my goal was always to be as like well-rounded as I could be. I was a full stack snowboarder. What kind of music am I into? I think it depends. I don't know. Like, I am 40, so I like a lot of the 90s stuff. I got to go see, shit, why am I spacing their name? I got to go see Soul Coughing live in concert like a month or two ago because they did their reunion tour. And I think they're doing some more stuff in April if you're still looking. I got to see Soul Coughing in concert. Whole original band and everything, like the stand-up bassist and all that shit. It was really good. It was really good. So Ayush, yes, the extension you're seeing with the chili is JSTS biscuits. Right, so it's less good when it's mixed with JSX. JSTS biscuits is, but in JSX, HTML biscuits works fine. So, yeah, it's a little harder to pass you the link because you're over on YouTube. I should figure out a better way to do that. But if you just Google HTML biscuits, you'll find it. And then you just click, like, code biscuits, and you're good to go. Right? So, HTML, I would say JSTS, less useful. But if you're into C, C#, Elm, Go, Java, JSON, Kotlin, Lua, PHP, Python, Rust, Toml, or YAML, maybe check out assorted biscuits as well. And just in case, if you're a NeoVim user, I got NeoVim biscuits as well. Yes, I built a NeoVim plugin inside of VS Code. I'm a VS Code user, and I've spoken at NeoVimConf. Fight me. Please don't. I don't want to fight no one. I'm just joking. Just saying, though, like, you can be a fan of whatever editor you want and use whatever editor you want. I don't give a shit. You can build things that make other devs' lives easier without actually being a user. You can actually just do that. You can just make things. Oh, Lloyd, you'd be so surprised. Are you brand new to, like, Twitch here? Like, oh my god. Like, some of the biggest streamers in this category just actively talk shit on VS Code users, you know, because they're NeoVim people. It's the most worthless argument to ever make, and that type of, like, bias and prejudice is just counterproductive, but they do it. And I consider them friends because I don't actually care if they hate it. I'm just sitting here making stuff. Oh, yeah, exactly. X Factor, right? Like, Lloyd. People take issue with the font I choose to edit code with, right? They take issue with the theme I use in my editor. Like, people with nothing better to do love to hate on the most trivial bullshit in the world. We can let them, and we can just keep being productive. Now, granted, keep in mind, I'm using productive in air quotes right now because we haven't written any code recently, but the arguments and conversations we've had have been productive. So I'd call that good. It's a wash. Yes, that's the biggest thing, RJ. They treat it like sports teams. They only want to see the thing they like win. So X Factor, that's a play on words. Diffused thinking is something that we can weaponize. Like, I am thinking about the thing I should be doing at all times, even while I'm arguing about some bullshit. Diffused thinking is what happens when you totally distract someone. You have completely defused their thought process. Right? Like defusing a bomb. You're not diffusing a bomb, you're defusing a bomb. You're disabling that bomb. So yes, sometimes Twitch is like, actively engaging the diffuse thought process. And then sometimes Twitch chat is actively engaging the defuse thought process. It's hit or miss. Anyway, let's do this bullshit. All right, so I kind of just let Super Maven run with that one. I think it's wrong. Like, I think it's just plain wrong. Damn it, has it been listening to me this entire time? Because it actually hammered out exactly what I wanted. Well, now I'm just questioning, like, is Super Maven actually good? Or is Super Maven just using my microphone right now? I know, that's what I'm saying. Like, is it just hearing me rant? And it's like, we know what you wanted. You've been ranting about this for a half hour. We figured it out. No big deal. Copilot had voice. They discontinued it. No, I'm willing to bet Ayush, like, Copilot's always listening. Or at the bare minimum, VS Code's always listening, because that sounds like free, like, telemetry, doesn't it? call is coming from inside the code editor. You mean this icon? Oh shit, you can't see it. You mean that icon? You mean the icon that's showing right now for people that didn't catch that? Yeah, exactly. Try enabling Super Maven. No, it's probably on for me because I have OBS on. Like, no, it's like literally only on because I have OBS going. If I quit OBS, we'd be good. Right? It goes away. It goes away the moment I disable OBS. I was just kidding, by the way. I just thought it was funny that you were like, well, it would just show the icon. Oh, wait, you mean the icon I'm totally showing? Like, you know, like, yeah, totally. Yeah. Oh, Noob Coder. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah, dude. Like, I'm sorry. We only try and block links because... Hold on, I typed that wrong. Add... There you go. Right, we're just trying to disable, like, the bots. So, yeah, you're good. What you were just saying, though, is, isn't Super Maven part of Cursor now? And yes, it totally is. 100%. Cursor is a fork of VS Code, while Super Maven was a thing that was separate. It's just a really good auto-completion tool for VS Code that Super Maven decided was worth buying. And I think that's really smart. I think that was the best thing they could have done. The people that operate Cursor are not stupid. There's a Cursor like extension to use it in VS Code. What I would say, Ayush, is that new? Like, I'm wondering, are they just, like, repackaging Super Maven, and now eventually, like, Super Maven's going to go away because they want me to use the Cursor version of it, which is still, like, the same thing? Yeah, I wonder if, like, the Cursor VS Code extension is actually just Super Maven. Just rebranded. And they're waiting to sunset the one that people have installed. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Maybe, maybe not. No idea. You prefer Copilot. GitHub would love you. No one's recording this, right? I gave a talk at GitHub Universe about how we use Copilot at GitKraken. I still use Super Maven. It's just so much faster. Dude, Super Maven is so fast. It's so fast. God, it's just so fast. Now, granted, now it doesn't matter as much, so it'd probably be fine. No one clipped that. What are you trying to do to me here? Come on, Luna. Same team. All right? Same team. No, it's fine. I get it. I'm just having fun. Yeah, no, it's not about the old Mac Mini. I'm just set in my ways. That's my fault. Touche. Got to keep me on my toes. I mean, I'm short, you know. In a lot of photos, I stand on my toes anyway. So I think we're good. Uh, here's the thing. Maybe go watch some of the GitHub Universe stuff. GitHub Copilot has a bunch of stuff behind it that's pretty good, actually. Like, really compelling use cases. I would say check it out again if it's been a while since you've tried it. I would actually highly recommend giving Copilot another try. There you go, GitHub. Did I do my job? I think I did my job. I think we're all right. No, and I get it, Ayush. Yeah, no, you're definitely making a good point. Like, I think Copilot has a lot going for it from like an organizational level. Because I think you can actually sandbox it to not send stuff out if you're willing to pay for it at the enterprise level, you know? There's a lot of value to that if you don't want to deal with like data exfiltration. So that makes sense. Yep, exactly. There you go. Otherwise, y'all would be on the hook for hosting your own and improving it and shipping like updates and all that BS. Like the cost of maintaining your own enterprise LLM server for all of your devs to hit and maintain that context and bullshit, like, no. You're going to spend way more than GitHub Copilot Enterprise cost you. Like, you're going to spend way more. So yeah, I think that's actually their biggest selling point. Yeah. Hold on. Let me get some music going, okay? Yeah, like X Factor. Yep. Yeah, so a big part of the talk I gave at GitHub Universe was also about how we use actions and how we used to maintain our own like Jenkins server and all that bullshit. Like, dude, that's the worst. So yeah, like the amount of effort we saved from switching to actions was massive. No, so I have a playlist. Do you not know about my playlist? It still requires me to actually like select a new album because I don't want to hear the same shit every time, and Bandcamp doesn't do the randomization thing like they could. But yeah. I have one of the absolute best synthwave collections ever. And you can get it right there on Bandcamp. Just maybe skip over like the first like 2 rows of albums. Just simply because those first 2 rows include stuff that aren't synthwave. You know, you'll see some like Wolfpack, you'll see some like other stuff. I should hide those from that playlist because, you know, I like them, I'll listen to them, but they're not synthwave. And when I do link out that playlist, I should do some other stuff. I could probably do that X Factor. You're right. I actually kind of like playing the MC and picking the next album. Even though, like, sometimes I play the same, like, 4 or 5 albums after each other because they just happen to be in my browser tabs. I still like forcing myself to pick. I get to play DJ just a little bit. But they do expose an API. They do have a way that we could do other things. And just, I'm slacking a little bit. Yeah, exactly. I should probably go use the restroom and grab some more soda. Because drinking straight whiskey sounds like a terrible idea. So yeah, yeah, and I'm out of soda in the fridge there, so it'll be like a room temp. It's fine. It'll be okay. BRB, give me a second. I gotta go pee and grab another soda. All right, let me throw one of these in the cooler, and then room temp Coca-Cola. Couldn't be that bad, right? Couldn't be that bad. I'm sure it's fine. No ice? Look at RJ here with ice, king of the castle. No, yeah, their API is not as good as it could be, for sure. Coca-Cola is my... shit. Coca-Cola is my go-to mixer for whiskey. If I'm going to drink soda solo, I think Cherry Coke might be it. Cherry Coke's really good. My dad used to drink a shitload of it. So it's just always on hand. I like a good root beer. I like a really good root beer, actually. I'm a big fan of Stewart's. Yeah, we get vanilla Coke. Like, Coca-Cola and vodka ends up having like a vanilla Coke flavor to it automatically anyway. But I would say vanilla Coke and vodka is actually really nice too. Yeah. I got a special place in my heart for Stewart's because when I lived in Jersey, there was like a Stewart's, I don't know, within 5 to 10 minutes of a drive. And my dad used to take me there when I'd be like homesick and he wanted to just go out and like eat some terrible food because he worked from home. Sprite and vodka? It's almost like a sweet vodka tonic at that point. That's not a bad call. I like that. That's kind of nice. Is root beer an acquired taste? I think it depends on the root beer. Like X Factor, if you've only ever had Barks or Mug or some of those others, yeah, it's a bit meh. But some really, really good root beer is quite nice. Yeah, Stewart's has a good cream soda. They have a good orange soda. Like Stewart's is actually like a really solid like soda brand. Yeah. In Japan, you can get Jack and Coke pre-mixed in a can. Ugh. Nah, I'm kidding. Like if you enjoy it, keep enjoying it. Don't listen to me. No, I actually remember having pre-mixed Jack and Coke as well. It's not bad. It's fine. Yeah, I think when I went to Lake Tahoe, that was the thing that they sold. Like at the top of the mountain because they had like the Nevada side of Heavenly. So yeah, you can get like the pre-mixed cans of like Jack and Coke. I remember drinking that. That was fine. And wait, hold on. Is Sierra Mist not a thing anymore? Wait, they got rid of Sierra Mist? No. No way. Really? Some lady came after them? There was a whole legal thing? Huh! I never even heard of that. Okay. Okay. The trademark expired or something. Oh. All over TikTok for weeks. Well, yeah, that's obviously why I didn't see it. That was a thing, huh? That's kind of crazy. Here's the thing, though. How long did she have that name? Like, there are anti-squatting laws for sure. Oh, interesting. Okay. That would have had to have been it, for sure. That would have had to have been it. And Lloyd. Yeah, no worries, man. Like, I like to make this a good, fun, chill stream in which we rant and chill and do all sorts of stuff. Right? I am going way later than I normally do. Thank you for the follow, Lloyd. This one's for the Lloyd. Yeah, so welcome. Appreciate you. But yeah, we are going way later than normal. I normally try and end around like 6 or 7 p.m. But you know what? This is the Friday before, like, Christmas weekend. If we can't party now, when can we party? And granted, I answer that question all the time. I party all the time. He likes to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time. Basically, with a sub, you don't get ads anymore. You can also circumvent that with Twitch Turbo as well. Oh, now, are you guys doing, like, hype train shit? No way, absence? Dude, Mr. Sir. Thank you. Aw. What's my next sub goal? I don't know. I just listed at 10 because, like, I don't know. Fuck it. It's a nice, easy number. I mean, let me look at the numbers. I'm at 150 right now. I think I'm somewhere around 120, maybe 110 organically. Gifted subs have kicked me up over the line for sure. And hey, what's up, George? Hey, good to actually see you live. We got George over on the YouTube who leaves awesome comments all the time. And I'm going late enough that he actually gets to watch stuff live, which is kind of cool. So I could see that. Oh, that's a good call there, RJ. Yeah, I feel like it might have just been like a branding move, for sure. No worries, absence. If you end up wanting to play some Path of Exile 2 together at some point, just let me know. Maybe when it goes free to play. I've been playing that a bunch lately. I'm looking forward to the other classes they're going to release at like proper release time. So I'll be starting a brand new character when they do that stuff, you know? A few thousand hours into PoE 1. So there you go. Nailed it. Hell yeah. Yeah, so Ugeg? I don't know how to pronounce your name, but that's how I'll do it for now. Yes, I'm actually playing PoE 2. I haven't played PoE 1 ever. I'm currently playing PoE 2, and I'm enjoying it. But there's like, they have 6 classes that you can pick from right now, and I think they have 6 more that you'll be able to pick from when they go like full. I kind of want to see what those other 6 are like. And yeah, George, yeah, no worries, man. Thank you for hanging out. Stream's going good. I'm going way later than normal. And I'm okay with it. Ugag is, or Ugag, or I don't know how to pronounce it, is looking forward to playing Druid. Yeah. I assume they'll have one, right? So far, I've created 5 of the 6 available. Only one I haven't tried yet is Barbarian. Hell yeah, Luna! I make fantastic background noise that you only have to listen to and pay attention to every once in a while, right? That's the magic of it. That's the power of a good Twitch stream. Ayushman, just to differentiate you between the other Ayush that we got. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you like the playlist. For anyone else over on the YouTube, right? My playlist is basically bandcamp.com/cmgriffing. I can grab that link and paste it for you, just in case. So yeah, there you go. Yeah, on YouTube, you can't hear the music I'm playing at the moment, but it is pretty much a bunch of awesome synthwave. Some of the first 2 rows are maybe not quite synthwave, just depending, right? Wolfpack is not synthwave, but the majority of that 150 plus album playlist is synthwave. Yeah, YouTube's copyright system fucking sucks. I was playing music, in the title it said royalty free. And YouTube still gave me copy strikes for it. So I don't give a shit. Fuck it. Yeah, YouTube doesn't get music anymore. That's their fault. They can deal with it. So Lloyd is asking, you can play copyrighted music on Twitch streams? You can. The biggest thing is don't make it go live to your VOD, like your video on demand or whatever. So there's stuff you can do with OBS to like limit where the music goes. I have it go live to Twitch stream, but it doesn't go live to the VOD. Ooh, time zones. Right, Luna? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, thanks, George. I appreciate it. So yeah, someone on YouTube is asking about the spec of my machine for transcoding. I have a stream machine that is just a Windows PC with a 2060 in it, I think. I think it's a 2060. And then I have a Mac Mini that is maxed out. I used to have a really shitty, like 2014 Mac Mini that was maxed out at the time, but isn't now. But now I got like a pretty heavily maxed out Mac Mini that I do my dev on, and it is night and day, just so much better. We'll do an alert for now. I want to think about the way I want to like fix that later, but an alert totally solves the problem. Ooh, a maxed out studio. I mean, Ayushman, you already confirmed that with Ayush earlier. Come on, man. I've got like 7 or 8 whiskeys in me, and I still remembered that. You guys have already discussed this. And yeah, now that I actually had to do that math, yeah, this might be whiskey number 7. Fuck it. 10 is a nice number. No, I'm not. I'm not going 10 deep. It's already 11 p.m., right? We missed, like, the magic of it, you know? $10 whiskeys at 10 p.m.? That would have been kind of cool. No, I think we're good. So yeah, on cancel, on close. Chug the whiskey. No, I'll do that over on Gaming Stream if we ever make it over there tonight. We'll see. We'll see. We got time. Yeah, all this seems okay to me as far as the modal goes, right? The interactions seem good. We don't need to make it a full-on form because it's one input, so who cares? Now, it should be a form so that a user could click enter and call it good, right? Yeah, we need that affordance. That affordance is important. It'll be way too late for 12 at 12 p.m. Yeah, or like 12 p.m. is noon. That's definitely way too many whiskeys for noon. All right, but real quick, on click of this button for delete, this becomes just the submit button. And this one is not a submit button. Ayush, since form will try to submit on same page, effectively reloading. Well, hold on. Hold on. Let me cook. There we go. They already want to do the event.prevent default, which saves us from that problem. Oh, I'm sorry, Ayush. Yeah, no, we'd be good. What I would say is you rarely have to worry about backseating those kind of things, right? I don't always, like, get at what I'm trying to do linearly. So I think that's the biggest thing. Like, I may have a typo. I may make a mistake in line, and trying to correct me as I typed it is actually wrong because I'll get to it. I don't always think about the thing I'm doing in a linear fashion. Right? So in a linear fashion, I would have done the form and the on submit and the prevent default all at the same time. But instead, I can add the form element, wrap these things, cut the event that I had on that button, convert these buttons, and then eventually add the thing, right? At which point you would have seen that I was already going to do the prevent default. The biggest thing is just, like, don't try to predict where my brain's going to go, because I'm not thinking this one thing has to follow this thing. I'm thinking, like, no, I'm going to do that. I'm going to get this thing there. I'm I'm going to solve the syntax error of this form not being done. And then I'll eventually add the event that I care about. Like in many cases, you might see me start typing out a paragraph in which I might totally misspell some word, right? And I'm just hacking something out, right? And I do it, and cool, I call that done, and I move on to something else. Does it mean that I'm never going to touch this again? No. So trying to correct my misspelling here with delted and then is actually missing the point that I got it to the place where it needed to be for right now. It doesn't mean that part's done. And in many cases, I'm okay with a typo in the moment as long as I'm getting what I need out onto the page. And then I can come back and fix the thing that really just doesn't matter nearly as much. So yeah, like as far as adding the event to the form for the onSubmit that would have obviously had the event.prevent default, at some point, having a little bit of faith that I'll get to it will benefit you as a viewer. And if you see me miss it after coming back around again to it, well, then that's a great time to shout it out. But just remember that I'm not always thinking about the thing that I just typed out as like the thing that I need to fix in the moment. I'd rather get the other boilerplate out there first and then solve the minutia. I think a better way to like frame that or phrase that or explain that is that I care more about like the top level structure than I do about the leaf nodes within them. So in the example of this form, I'd rather get this form element wrapping everything and get these buttons into the types of buttons that matter at that top level. And then I can deal with the action of that form. But until I've solved what these buttons need to do, they could fuck up the entire process because I have the wrong button or something, right? Like I actually still had this cancel as a submit and it breaks everything because I forgot to do that one part because it's at the top level there. As Luna just pointed out, they usually wait for someone to start struggling and then they chime in. Yeah, right? In many cases, let someone hit a roadblock first, rather than jump in before they hit the roadblock. That's almost like the textbook definition of backseating. And I'm not saying you were doing it, right? Sorry, don't take offense. But backseat driving is trying to predict the roadblock someone's going to run into when you don't actually know what their full plan is, you know? So instead, let them hit the roadblock. They learn more from hitting a roadblock than they do from someone telling them the right way to do something. Now, if you are in a rush to get to your plane flight and you know that this taxi driver is going the wrong way, well then, yeah, sure, jump in. Because they might not have heard the radio call saying that some road is definitely closed. But the right way to frame that is asking them if they know that that road is closed, rather than saying, hey, make a left here. So again, just letting you know, just as a Twitch streamer, it's some of the problems I've had with viewers in the past. I'm not saying you're hitting that problem right now. But in general, don't be prescriptive and tell someone what to do. Be inquisitive and ask a question that will eventually let you know if they're aware of that roadblock they're about to hit. And you kind of did that. But with something as simple as like an event.prevent default, can you just assume that I know how forms work? Unless my title is saying like figuring out forms for the first time, maybe just assume I understand how forms work. Again, don't feel bad about it. I'm not actually trying to chastise you about it. I'm just letting you know that in general, Twitch streamers respond more poorly to directions than they do questions. Sometimes people ask questions that are very thinly veiled directions, and that's where you still run into the same problem. So yeah, Luna, right? Sometimes, right? But all you like asking rather than telling him like, hey, you should have made it right there. It still leaves room for them to have possibly known better, right? I don't know. Just throwing that out there is what it is. It's a very fine tightrope to walk. All right, so yeah, we're going to do an alert for now. I'm okay with it. It's not perfect. There you go, Luna. Exactly. But like simply framing it as a question gave him room to like understand it. If you had simply said like, oh, you should have made it right there, his initial instinct might have been defensiveness instead, you know? As most people kind of like default to anyway. So yeah, phrasing. Phrasing is still a thing. Okay, so double checking. Looks like we're good here. I want to get this balance modal, right? Delete balance modal. We're going to involve that into not the form, not the summary, but the page in which we're going to use it, or the pages in which we're going to use it. And those pages are over here. And hold on, this is the delete balance modal. And realistically, hold on. What I think I'm kind of discovering is that this confirm modal is actually, it's the same modal between a balance and a quota. The only thing different is the name that we pass it, which we could make a little more common. And maybe some of like the phrasing of, are you sure you want to delete this blank? So really, yeah, this is actually not delete balance modal. This is confirm delete modal. And yeah, it's no longer balance specific whatsoever. Right? And instead of name, this is confirm name value. Oh, hold on. Yeah, no, that's right. Entity name ends up being a string. And then, yeah, title here. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so I definitely don't use a lot of those as much as I should. Here's the thing, I don't think a lot of this was automatically a variable name though, right? Like there were strings that I would have had to like deal with anyway. So even then, I think I benefit maybe from making some of this a little more like, yeah, I got to make sure I go through like each instance. Just to be sure, you know? I don't know for sure, right? And hold on, you might be right. Is there a default value confirmed name? No? Oh, hold on. What you're saying here, yeah, that should actually be empty. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, good job, Aish. For sure. Again, here's another bit where would I probably have discovered that from just simply seeing the modal? So at some point, let the streamer discover a bug that is probably going to be really obvious. And instead, worry about the things that are less obvious. But thank you. You were totally right. You were 100% right there. At the same time, would I have gotten there eventually anyway? Sometimes let the streamer just get there. Totally up to you. Just letting you know. Because there are other bugs that are worth calling out way more. If you're concentrating on those, you're going to miss the other stuff. Right? The name of the file name. Yeah, I could probably rename this file. That is a better case where I should probably move it to a different folder as well, because it's sitting here. If you can't see it, it's sitting inside of the balance folder when really, no, this should be moved out to like shared or something. I'm going to say shared. And yeah, the name of it probably needs some work. But again, this is not to say like, how dare you? It's just more like, one of the biggest problems I run into as a streamer is people trying to backseat too much. And it's not that their comments are wrong, it's that they happen too often. So if you can pick and choose your battles about what you think I actually need to be aware of versus something that I will be made aware of pretty much immediately anyway, just due to just trying to use the thing, well then, yeah, like, let the streamer fail in the obvious way, but call out the non-obvious things. Because there's like a buffer. And I wish I was capable of not needing that buffer. But X amount of comments per minute or hour or whatever, I don't know what the buffer is specifically. Eventually you hit it, and the streamer's just annoyed with you rather than you being helpful. You haven't hit it, otherwise you'd know. It's mob programming. And in mob programming, you have to be aware of the rest of the mob. You have to be aware of the fact that one person treating it like a pair programming session can easily overload the driver. Because there are way more than just one other person here in the stream. So yeah, it really is like a buffer. Like, I can only handle so many things like telling me what to do while I'm in the process of doing it, you know? I think a bigger thing is like, do you see me like pausing and being done with this component? That's a perfect time to shout out a thing I probably missed. But I haven't missed it until I'm done with this file, you know? No, I get it, RJ. Like, you're definitely like kind of there though. Like, it is a pair programming stream, but it's actually not pair, it's mob. And at some point, it goes from the mob being helpful to feeling like the mob is holding a bunch of fucking pitchforks and torches, you know? And the moment it feels like the mob is holding a bunch of pitchforks and torches, that's when the streamer gets really defensive. It's not just me. Like, any streamer will experience that eventually. Some people just have a higher threshold for what feels like pitchforks and torches. Mine is probably really low comparatively to like other streamers that seem really good about it. But also, let me just point out, the streamers that are really good about it, they burn out really quick. They burn out really quick. I don't mean burn out like on stream, like they burn out from streaming. So I push back and my threshold is lower because I want to come back here and be happy about streaming day in and day out every single day, or at least 5 days a week, which is why I have to push back more frequently than other streamers might. I've been streaming here on Twitch for over 6 years. I have seen so many streamers come and go, especially the ones that kind of like let chat walk all over them. Like, they just don't last. They just don't last. Yeah, Cotter has been a viewer here for ages. He knows what I'm talking about. Like, It's nice when they come back every once in a while, but man. As a streamer, you got to put your foot down and make it a stream that you want to come back to. If there's ever a moment where you're questioning if you want to actually stream, you have already fucked up on your previous streams because you should be stoked on it every single time. If you're questioning if it's worth streaming again, you already fucked up on a previous stream or two. Yeah, and thank you. Like, I appreciate that. I'm also, and, you know, no one has to say it. I already know this. I'm a bigger jerk than most other streamers, too. Y'all don't have to say it. I know it already. I know at least a couple people were thinking it. I'm a bigger jerk when it comes to my limits than other streamers might be. But it's what I have to do to keep wanting to come back here every day. Right? So, again, when I do have negative moments with people, as long as they are even somewhat apologetic, I will usually own more than half of the blame for the disagreement we might have had. I am quick to own that as long as someone else is quick to own at least a part of it. You'd be surprised how few people are willing to own any bit of their own mistakes, even if it's just a portion, just the smallest bit. Some people refuse to take any blame whatsoever. And those are the people that I just don't care to chat with ever again anyway, so it's fine. If someone's willing to take 10%, I will own the other 90%. Oh, RJ, you just haven't watched long enough. Maybe you've seen it, but no, I'm definitely a jerk from time to time. I do think, yes, jerks bring out the jerk in me sometimes, but no, like, at least 80% of the time that I'm dealing with a jerk, part of the problem was that I kind of like forced it out of them. There you go, 2-bit. Wink. No, Ayush, dude. Dude. Ayush, none of this conversation was about you. None of it. Absolutely none of it. Sorry. We just went off on a tangent. That's all. You're totally fine, dude. None of this was about you specifically. I was simply making the point because I think you would be receptive, but you haven't actually crossed any of the lines I have, so you're totally fine, dude. Like, Ayush. Dude, I'm so sorry if you thought I was talking about you backhandedly in any way whatsoever. Not at all, dude. No. I was just trying to explain why I have these boundaries. You haven't actually crossed a single one. Sorry. Yeah, my bad. I really, really apologize if you thought we were like backhandedly talking about you. No. Definitely not. Oh, the person we banned. Oh, they suck. Yeah, no, we're good. Yeah, the dude we banned. Yeah, no. Like, that's easy. Like, no. They can just go away. Hold on, what's the new rabbit hole? Ooh. BOFH? Wait, what is BOFH? Well, now I gotta Google it. Oh, bastard operator from hell. No, I get it. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no. Now we get it. Now I understand. We're set. No, Trevenge, all my family's on the East Coast. Nah. You know, I'll send them a message on like Christmas Day or some shit, but yeah, no, I'm good. Well, luckily no one lives in Jersey. They live in like Pennsylvania, which is kind of just as bad, but whatever. No offense to anyone from Pennsylvania, but you know what I'm talking about, actually, right? So I think it's fine. All right, so hold on. This delete button right here. Hold on. Did Super Maven just nail this? I think it's been listening the whole time. Hold on, not quite. It's calling it delete balance. Well, no, that's what we just called it. I didn't name it. Oh, confirm delete modal is what we called it. Okay, confirm delete modal. So it's not perfect. Come on. Obviously, it's not correct. Confirm name value. No, not quite. You were close. You were so close. It was really, really close. Wow, dude. Damn, it even knew that we needed to navigate? It auto-completed that to-do that is not necessary, but wow, man. Wow. All right, so yeah, this thing is definitely taking junior dev jobs. For sure. Like, 1,000%. Yeah, this shit's coming for me too, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. All right. More music time. So Nico, no, I'm not using Copilot. I'm using Super Maven. It's the thing that was recently just bought by Cursor. It's pretty good. And I am downplaying it with pretty good. Like, it's, damn. Like, damn. I'm in danger. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, a little bit. That said, here's the thing, right? People said autocomplete or IntelliSense was going to take developer jobs. No, your ability to use these things is actually it. Your job is not to hammer out code. Your job is to solve problems for business. If letting AI autocomplete a bunch of this shit for you helps you solve problems for business, you're good to go. Which is why I push back so hard on Spiridon's rant about performant blah, 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 or whatever. Nah, man, we got the CPU cycles to not give a shit. We have the CPU cycles to not give a shit. We have the brain cycles to not give a shit. Recognize the problem you are solving. And I will read this until I am hoarse, until I have no voice left to read it. Because this is the most relevant thing you can recognize about delivering value. Okay, so here you go, YouTube and everyone else. Some time ago, I noted that the null garbage collector is a valid garbage collector if the amount of RAM available to the runtime is greater than the total memory requirements of the program. This insight lets us make some statements about what you can assume from garbage collected languages. But it also can be looked at as rules for deciding when you can simply ignore the memory leaks in your program and just use a null garbage collector. Here's one developer who learned about an application of this principle. Norman Cohen said, "The only programs I know of with deliberate memory leaks are those whose executions are short enough and whose target machines have enough virtual memory space that running out of memory is not a concern. This class of programs includes many student programming exercises and some simple applets and utilities. It includes few, if any, embedded or safety-critical programs." To which the person, Kent Mitchell, replies, "Well, this sparked an interesting memory for me. I was once working with a customer who was producing onboard software for a missile. In my analysis of the code, I pointed out that they had a number of problems with storage leaks, memory leaks in this case. Imagine my surprise when the customer's chief software engineer said, 'Of course it leaks.' He went on to point out that they had calculated the amount of memory the application would leak in the total possible flight time for the missile, and then they just doubled that number. They added this much additional memory to the hardware to support the leaks. Since the missile will explode when it hits its target or at the end of its flight, the ultimate in garbage collection is performed without programmer intervention." That is powerful. That's one of the most, mind-blowing things you can think of. Sometimes just adding more RAM is the absolutely most cost-effective approach to doing what we're doing. And that's why this customer's chief software engineer is actually worth their weight in fucking gold. right? Just add a bucket. Yeah, exactly, Ayush. Is it going to leak enough, like, water into that bucket to overflow the bucket? Well, then we're fine. If the answer is no, then we're totally fine. Will the water in the bucket evaporate before it's either, like, a problem for us or whatever? Then just add a bucket. And that's what they did, because it's the most absolutely cost-effective thing to think of, right? You're not paid to make perfect software. That shit doesn't exist. You're paid to write software that solves the problem. And if in some case you discover that your software doesn't solve the problem given the hardware, well, how much does it cost to improve the hardware? Probably less than the developer hours to rework all that software that was written. And it's easier to put into this invoice that we send to the customer. Adding an extra $8, $20, $100 to the hardware budget is really easy to explain versus we had to pay a contractor for 60 hours of reworking all of the software to, like, make this software more efficient for you to actually, like, deliver this missile. No. Wrong. That engineer would probably cost them, at 60 hours, 20 grand? Because you're paying contractor rates for missile development. $20 grand for people to review his code? 20 grand for, like, other people to sign off on it and take that liability? Yeah, easily. Meanwhile, just adding an extra 100 to 200, maybe 500 to every missile that's going to cost like $100,000 anyway? Fuck it. Fuck it. So yeah, just simply recognize what you're building and why it needs to be performant. Performance for the sake of performance is mental masturbation. It really is. And is it any wonder when I phrase it that way why so many devs love to fixate on it? Because it's mental masturbation. Makes them feel really good when they solve it. But did they get anything done? So I am pivoting that statement from something I believe I have heard my older brother say numerous times. He's a guitarist by trade. He loves playing guitar. He still recognizes that adding a guitar solo to a song that didn't need it is just mental masturbation. It's just that guitarist wanting to feel really good in the moment. But did it improve the song by adding that solo? Probably not. So Trevenge, hold on. Erignet, first word you hear is masturbation. Hello. Again, get your mind out of the gutter. We didn't mean it, like, dirty. Come on. But yeah, hold on. Let's look at Trevenge's question. Do I think developers will ever shift to performant development, more caching, more performance tweaking, and optimization, or will it be an upward spiral over time? Trevenge, our tools need to solve that for us. It should not be an end developer's goal. And you actually see that happening today with the React compiler, right? If you have been paying attention to React over the past 5 or 6 years, you've seen all sorts of cases where people are like, oh, to make this thing performant, you should use memo or use callback or blah, 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 or all sorts of bullshit that is not actually necessary for making good code. Meanwhile, React is putting out a compiler now that will actually create use effects that are optimized for you. It will memoize and create callbacks for you. And instead, you can just write code that is easy to read and debug and understand, and the compiler will solve all of these like abstractions for you. I think that is one of the most powerful things we can recognize, that tooling will save us from having to give a shit. Now, keep in mind, I have chatted with and discussed this with developers that are way smarter and way better than me. Like, way, way, way better. I go to Seattle.js and I get to chat with people like Gary Bernhardt. One of the smartest fucking people I've ever met. Like, holy shit, dude. But I still just fundamentally disagree with him in some cases. He was having a conversation with another dev who cares about low-level optimization and all that, and they were talking about registers versus memory and blah, blah, blah. I don't give a fuck. Give me a compiler that knows better, and I can just move on with my day. Case in point, I can write Rust code that has clone all over the place. But the compiler is smarter than me, and it can actually elide away most of my clones. No problem. I can satisfy the borrow checker with a clone, no problem. That clone is not actually going to make it into the assembly code that gets generated because the compiler is smarter than me. Right? Just learn to love the compiler. In the cases where you can't trust the compiler, well, okay, then we need someone as smart as Gary Bernhardt. Then we need someone as smart as, I think it's Rich Gonzalez, something Gonzalez. He's great, right? The people that were chatting about this stuff at Seattle.js. God, I hope it's Rich. I might have fucked that one up. Gonzalez, I remember though. Really, really smart people. You don't need that level of optimization at every level of your stack. You only need it when you identify a bottleneck. And then you can optimize. But unless you've optimized or like identified a bottleneck, don't optimize it. Because again, optimization is just mental masturbation, unless you've identified a use case for it. In the same way, premature abstraction is just premature optimization, focusing on not runtime performance, but developer performance. So even then, a premature abstraction is just mental masturbation, and often makes code harder to reason about, such as use callback and use memo. Can we just write a compiler that solves this for us? Yes, we can. Good code is simple code. Exactly, Ayush. Because the compiler is smarter than us. In aggregate, in general. The moment when it isn't, that's when you call the expert. But those times are so few and far between that we don't need to worry about programming excellence in any way. So that's where I push back on comments like Spiridon ranted on when we rated him the other day. He's a very smart dude. I'm not saying you shouldn't listen to him. I'm just saying understand when what he's saying actually makes sense, because it's not globally applicable, right? Damn, talented. Living up to your name. Holy shitballs. Yeah, some of that stuff probably needs absolute performance. And then some of the other stuff, well, yeah, like the missile's going to explode. So deal with it. technically, you don't have to deal with it because the missile's going to explode. All right, let me get more music going. Let me put on, right? We're hanging out. We're going late. Why not keep going late? We got like a full weekend ahead of us. Maybe I just don't play any games tonight. Fuck it. Whatever. Or I play games until 6 a.m. and whatever. It's the weekend. But let me get some music playing. And hold on. Greenskeeper's Lotion. Lloyd, I will have a drink when I decide to. I already poured it. I just haven't mixed the Coca-Cola into it yet. So just take it easy. I'll drink when I want to drink. You were talking about you. Okay, my bad. My bad. We had someone earlier that was basically trying to roast me about the whiskey I've had. So I'm a little sensitive to it. That's my fault. My bad. Of my favorite casserole. Maybe a ray of hope, but I don't think they realized my dad got me started smoking weed, so they're not even playing a good version of my dad. Yeah, he did. Massively on purpose. Yeah, for sure. So hold on, 2-bit. Yeah, let me check that. With the dev on Waltr, when do I start automated testing versus just manual? You always struggle with too much testing versus time to actually dev and code. So 2-bit, we are not running it yet because I've gone through a major like pivot and refactor. But the testing I care most about is the externally facing code. Internal code, I don't give a shit. But externally facing code matters. And what I mean by that is simply because I'm building a software as a service, I have a public API that I have to maintain. I need to make sure that public API is accurate with the documentation I'm providing. So I'm going to use a tool called Dread to actually validate my open API spec against my actual API. So it will actually run integration tests using the request and response schemas that I pass it in my open API spec against my actual API. Right now, I'm willing to bet that I have a bunch of inconsistencies, and that's going to be one hell of a process to align those things. But the goal is I actually use my open API spec to test my API itself, and then I have full confidence to generate SDKs from my open API spec, and there's value to that. Because I can generate SDKs using Open API Generator and things like that. So for what I'm trying to make, yes, the external public-facing API and even like my internal dev-facing API is the most important aspect of what I'm trying to build. Beyond that, I do have some other things that I think need unit tests, and I will be building those out, and I haven't yet because of the major pivot and all that. And hold on, what the fuck is this hockey dad bullshit? Sorry, no, hold on. All right, there we go. So yeah, the biggest thing is care about the things that have the biggest impact. So I do have some functions that are complicated that need to calculate like money and usage and all that. And I need like safety about how they do what they do. So I will definitely be writing unit tests for the parts of those like processes that are unit testable. That's really up to you as an app dev to identify the parts that could have edge cases and it's worth testing those edge cases. So yeah, like I don't have any hard and fast like number for you. Number one, if you're building a software as a service that you have an API people need to hit, that API needs to actually be accurate towards your documentation that you're providing them. That's a good baseline. Yeah, that's fine. What I would get at is if I wasn't developing a public API, I would care most about the end-to-end test of my application consuming my API. So at that point, can a user click through the application and get me paid by paying for the thing? Well, yeah, that depends upon my front end and my back end speaking the same language and all that shit flowing back and forth for the happy path of my application. So I don't think 100% test coverage of your end-to-end tests is ever a goal. I think there are certain tests that are worth scripting. And at that point, you decide what you care most about for end-to-end tests. Other things could just be integration tests. And then, certain parts of your stuff could be unit tests. So yeah, real quick. Ayush, you're asking any reason to use Dread? You see it's archived and possibly EOL. It may be archived. It may be EOL. It still works for what I'm trying to do. Yes, they call OpenAPI 3 experimental. It isn't. But is there something that would take its place? And so far as I know, there's nothing taking its place. So at the end of the day, I'll just fork it and maintain it if I have to. Right now, it actually works with some caveats. Like, I have to work around its, like, rough edges, but I don't have to fully fork it yet. Because, yeah, forking anything requires a little bit of extra effort, because you definitely got to spoon it after. And I don't mean that just as, like, a funny joke. I mean, like, yeah, you fork a project, you got to maintain it, too. That's the spooning. Are you willing to spoon this thing that you just forked? If not, well, you probably shouldn't fork it. And yes, get your mind out of the gutter. I made it as a joke, but it's actually, like, true. Don't fork something unless you're willing to spoon it. And that spooning is, like, maintain it, treat it right, make it worthwhile. I like this song. Yeah, this song's super good. Fuck yeah. Damn, this is like the longest stream I've done in ages. Ooh, I like this. I love this. Oh, man. Yeah, we haven't done this in a long time. This used to be the home of like the accidental 16-hour stream. That was when I started stream at like 10 a.m. We haven't done that in ages. Yeah, 10 hours is chill. 10 hours is not that big a deal. Like the accidental 16, well, yeah, that's a thing. Unless it's time to knife it. Well, hold on, RJ. Don't go all Dahmer on that shit. But yeah, don't fork it if you don't want to spoon it. I think that's the takeaway. The knife it thing is questionable. FBI? Yeah, right over there. Right over there, for sure. I know, the alternative to another 16-hour stream? Sleep. I know. Fucking bullshit, isn't it? Ugh. No, I do need to eat some actual food at some point. Luckily, I've been eating these crackers. Without these shrimp crackers, I would have burned out way quicker. So 2-bit, generate documentation from code and have it always be synced. Here's the thing, it's really easy to lie with code. Like, it's really easy to lie with code. Like, as an example, let me show you. I've got this endpoint, right? Get quota, and yeah, this has, yeah, that should go away. Get is actually the worst example of this. So hold on. An update endpoint. So look at it this way. I get a bunch of type safety from this to where, like, you know, I can type foo, and I know that's not a valid method. How often have you even had that level of type safety inside of what you get from your code, which is typically like a doc block, right? And when I say a doc block, you know what I'm talking about, right? A block of comment BS above your code, right? In which you do something like method foo, right? That shit is pretty much never actually type checked. Right? So at the bare minimum, right, have your code generate your docs. How are you generating your docs from your code? If you're treating a doc block as truth, how much tooling do you have verifying that doc block even? It becomes a bit fuzzier at that point, right? But even then, if I wasn't going to do this part, right, and I undo back to where, like, this is a valid patch statement, well, what about this, like, request here? I could say it's a get foo request. And because of how my decorator here is set up, I don't get any of that validated at runtime. But also, is that actually the right request? Nothing is telling me that this is actually the right thing that this takes in as part of the request object. So even if this was a real request object I could take, is it the right one that ties to this endpoint? Again, your ability to verify that at dev time is limited. So no matter what, right, there is so much room for error in the generate docs from code part that you still need to like validate whatever you're generating from your code against what your API says it's actually going to do. So in Go, Rust, any of these things, you pretty much never get 100% safety about that contract between the front end and the back end, right? That API document that you're generating. So instead, you still need to validate it. Does that make sense, 2-Bit? Like, no matter what, even if you have the best, absolute best decorator or macro or whatever, you still got to validate if what you're saying in that decorator or macro is actually true based upon what your endpoint is saying is happening, because that level of type safety is really, really, really expensive and hard to prove at dev time. You still need to validate these things at runtime. I get it. It sucks that we have to do it. But at the end of the day, if we're doing it, it makes everybody's life better. Like, everybody's life better. Right? I've given a talk at Seattle Node.js, maybe Seattle JS, in which I talked about Dread. This was maybe 2019, whatever. I asked, like, hey, who here has either been on the front end where you consumed an OpenAPI spec that was wrong and you had to reach out to the back end to ask why this stuff was failing? Raise your hands. And I raise my hand. Half the audience raises their hand. I also say, well, who here works on the back end has absolutely, like, you know, totally pushed up a change that should have changed your OpenAPI spec, but you forgot to change the OpenAPI spec? And again, I had to raise my hand. And half of the audience, including some of the people that raised their hand on the first part of the question, also raised their hand. Because this shit is so fucking common. You're gonna forget to update the OpenAPI spec. You're gonna forget to update the metadata. You're gonna forget all sorts of these things because it's really hard to prove with dev tooling unless you have integration tests that validate it. And that's why tests exist anyway, because we say a thing's gonna be a thing, right? Well, you type your functions. Why do you think that function would ever be wrong? Because it can be. So at the end of the day, we write tests to make sure that the things we said were going to happen are actually true. We write tests to make sure what we said was going to happen actually happens. And no amount of dev tooling will ever prevent the error of that mismatch, which is why we write the tests. But the key is recognizing which tests actually matter. And I think that's important because I don't think any level of minimum test coverage will ever solve this problem. Hell no. Because instead you just start writing bad tests to solve some bullshit metric. It's not that they're lying on purpose. It's that they might have missed something or forgotten something because we're only human. Right? We forget stuff. That's the biggest thing. Like, we're only human. We're going to forget something. Anything that is left up as a manual task could be messed up. But not everything can be automated. So, yeah, we just got to verify. Trust but verify. There it is. Exactly, 2-Bit, right? I push back massively on any bare minimum test coverage bullshit because that involves when you make a change that changes these things, well, shit, now you got to delete a bunch of tests that were bullshit in the first place, but they increased some bullshit metric that management cared about. And yeah, the moment you have like a metric that you're treating as a goal, that metric ceases being useful, right? Like that's actually, anyone remember the name of that law? Right? A metric becomes a goal and becomes meaningless, right? There's a law. Goodhart's law. When a measure becomes a target, it ceases to be a good measure. And test coverage is absolutely one of those things. I could see coverage being a delta value, right? If the delta of coverage changes X amount, that could be a code smell. I like that. That would be a better version of test coverage. For sure. But nobody does it that way. They simply dictate, we need 70% coverage. That's it. Deal with it. And then you get the worst tests ever imagined. Do I suggest TDD for API development? Fuck no, I don't suggest TDD for anything. No. Ugh. No. Sorry. TDD sounds like something you need penicillin for. Oh, yeah, I got a major case of TDD. Yeah, I had to go to the doctor to get some penicillin. Yeah, I had a major case of TDD after that weekend we partied. Like, nah, you know. Yeah, I just had to go to the doctor, get some penicillin. We're good. Thank you for the follow. Getting dubs every day. Thank you for describing my stream. I appreciate that. Sometimes management wants to use TDD as a client requirement, so you have to follow. Yeah, again, that sounds like a problem for penicillin. No, all antibiotics are not penicillin. It used to be that way, and then we ended up breeding way better bacteria, and then penicillin became less effective. The overprescription of penicillin is what led to the effectiveness of penicillin going down. So, touche. You're not wrong. My dad has a brother who was sickly like his whole life and was prescribed ampicillin K. That's penicillin with potassium. I believe this is past the statute of limitations, so I can tell this story. They decided it was worth checking to see, like, what the hell their brother's taking and see if it's actually safe. So they fed it to chickens. The chickens that had that ampicillin K grew the biggest and strongest of any chicken until they got sick, and then the bacteria those chickens got that they passed on to all the other chickens, it killed every other chicken. And there was a bit of a chicken blight in their area. Couldn't be traced back to them. Come on, who knows? That, yes, like, it's the reason why raising pigs is a thing, but you can never mix those pigs with commercially farmed pigs, because commercially farmed pigs have an immune system that is so massively amped up that any, like, bacteria they get becomes super bacteria. And that's why, like, commercial pig farms are, like, crazy, like, scientific laboratories at this point. to that same effect, yes. My dad and his brothers basically breeded super chicken killing bacteria because they were breeding super chickens. It's actually really gnarly. I'm questioning if I should even be able to tell that story at this point. But we're talking like 60 years in the past at this point. Like, ages ago. A film about super chickens would actually be kind of good. That'd actually be kind of a fun film, right? These kids just having fun. Like, yeah, let's feed the chicken and think we're feeding our brother. Like, honestly, so many of my dad's stories would be really fun films. I need to weaponize my dad's, like, stories that he told us. I need to sell this shit to Hollywood right now. Trevenge, like, really, that's where, like, bird flu comes from. Basically, right? Like, all sorts of this stuff. Like, the reason COVID became a thing is because of, like, the way they were mixing birds and pangolins and other shit, and, like, the crazy antibiotics they were feeding them and all that shit. Yeah, like, yeah, no, that's it. Like, that's what caused COVID, basically. An old man once told me, yeah, totally not my dad. Like, I don't know, yeah. Like, you could ask my dad, he wouldn't remember the story anyway, so it's fine. Like, some old man just told me. Some old man made up a story that I'm choosing to tell. I don't know. All right, hold on. Let me go pee. 1 second. Shit. Whatever. Okay, so, real quick. Hold up. I just turned on the oven. Yeah, I should lose some weight. But whatever. Today's not the day. Let's turn on the oven. I got some, like, you know, it's up at 400 degrees. It'll get there eventually. And it will get there, and I will cook a chicken pot pie. Oh, hey, wait. Did you just raid me? You did just raid me. Oh, man, I was lurking you. I was hoping you were going to go later and I was going to raid you. Shit. I was just going later than I intended. How you doing, Quantum? Damn it. I actually thought I was going to get to raid you finally. Because I saw you were doing like the React tutorial thing. I was lurking Leah before she raided you. Great stream as well, obviously. But yeah, Quantum, how you doing, man? You're abandoning the tutorial. Well, you know, I get it. You got pretty far. Okay. I think tutorials are only valuable to the point where you want to be productive. The tutorial is no longer welcome. Oh, it's persona non grata. Or tutorial non grata at this point, right? Okay. I'm curious, what did you not like about the tutorial? And yeah, shit, like, I just realized, hold on. Does it not show me as like a raider from your own stream? Well, shit, I was lurking you. But, okay, whatever. Fine. Now I gotta find someone else to lurk. Shit. That's actually way harder. I don't know, man. Last chapter was asking you to do stuff that they didn't explain very well. Okay. And hold on. Yeah, Ayush. You're stoked on the stream. You're going to subscribe so you can catch it next time. Awesome. Yeah, I'll see you again soon. For sure. No worries, Ayush. Yeah, get some food. No, dude, Ayush, you didn't backseat. You're good, man. Thank you for being so, like, conscientious about it. Like, I was not calling you out. I was only calling out why I was making comments about it. And that's all. You were, like, totally good, man. You'll know if I'm calling you out. It won't feel very good. But yeah, no worries, Ayush. Have a good one. Later. All right, so Quantum Apprentice, yeah, okay, I can get that. Mgoat, how do I take care of my health while coding? Like gym or diet? The holidays, my diet fucking sucks. So yeah, I don't know about that part. And gym? Barely know him. No, I do have... I got a bunch of weights that I keep here at home, right? Right here next to my computer chair. I got 2 of these 12-pound kettlebells. You can't read that at all. Well, shit. See, I got 2 12-pound kettlebells that I use and blah, blah, blah. Like, I do shoulder stuff. I got a pull-up bar right here on my door. Like, some of that bullshit. Before I go to sleep, sometimes I use, like, the 8-pound weights that I got and just do some, like, you know, chiller stuff, do squats, all that. You know, I do, like, home exercise stuff, and I go for walks when I can. I'd love to, like, snowboard way more. But I don't live close enough to the mountains, so I gotta fix that here soon. Yeah, I highly recommend getting a bunch of, like, weights that you have at home. And then when you're in, like, a daily stand-up or some bullshit, well, yeah, like, you know, you do the daily stand-up, maybe turn off your microphone or whatever, or not microphone, but turn off your camera, and then just, like, exercise while you're doing a bullshit meeting. Fuck it. Like, you're gonna waste that time anyway. Who cares? Oh, really, Luna? Where are you moving to? Like, you going to, like, New Zealand or something? You went to Whistler this past weekend. The powder was crazy. I did hear we got a bunch of snow here in Washington over the past, like, week, which would be nice. I refuse to go snowboarding here at Stevens Pass in Washington during Christmas break or on a weekend. Oh, I mean, yeah, you might see snow, but there's no mountains to, like, enjoy it. That said, yeah, one of, like, the best snowboarders in the world is actually from the UK, and he learned on those, like, dry slopes that they have, which is insane. So, yeah, if he can do it, yeah, I mean, anyone can do it. And I don't feel like listening to Finger 11 right now. But Bananas and Blow? I'm West Coast Washington talented. So I live in Redmond, and I'm like an hour and a half from Stevens Pass. I am heavily, heavily considering moving to Leavenworth, which is east of the Cascades, but only by like 45 minutes. You've lived in Spokane. Yeah, sure. It's not bad out there. Too flat for me. I wouldn't mind moving to like Whitefish, Montana. I've heard it's pretty much just as expensive as here, though. Yeah, so that sucks. Here's the biggest problem. I could move to somewhere in Utah, but then I'd be living in Utah. Like, as far as cost of living goes, ooh, yeah, like, Utah's really cheap. Like, really cheap. Oh, but then you're living in Dallas. Like, no. No, thank you. No, thank you. No, I'm sorry. Dallas? No, hell no. When I was young, we lived in Carrollton. Which is like north of Dallas. But I hate the fucking heat. I fucking hate the heat. Meanwhile, like, I went to Dallas during November, and it was still, like, too hot to walk around, you know? Like, I was sweating walking from my hotel to, like, any restaurant. Like, dude, that sucks. Utah is ridiculously cheap. Yeah, like, it's extremely cheap. Yeah, Alaska would be actually, like, a major consideration. It actually is a major consideration. Flying anywhere else would suck. And I'm not sure I would get, like, good internet. So talented. In Washington, you got to stay indoors multiple months. I stay indoors most months anyway. But Starlink isn't fast enough. I need gigabit. I'm sorry, like, I need gigabit. That's the only thing keeping me where I'm at right now. I need gigabit. 2 Starlinks! Oh, there you go. Alright, okay. Alright, 2 Starlinks. Alright. I don't know why that comment just reminded me of the TV show Twisted Metal. Right? Like, oh man, it's been really nice being here. Y'all got 2-ply toilet paper. Meanwhile, Nev Campbell's like, We got something that we could offer you that's better than 2-ply. 3-ply? That's like, he's so pure when he says it. Like, oh my God. You mean 3-ply toilet paper? Like, the look on his face is so magical. Like, oh my God. Like, wait, what is that even like? 3-ply? Like, dude. I love that episode so much. So I'm not spoiling shit. That was actually in the trailers for the show, right? It's actually a really entertaining show. I don't want to spoil any other part of it, but man, when he's like, dude, yeah, you guys got it made here. Like, man, 2-ply toilet paper? Oh my God. And she's like, what if we could offer you something better? It's called Twisted Metal, based on like the video game from like PlayStation days. And he's like, wait, 3-ply? Like, dude, the way he says it, like, I can't mimic it. It's like, Anthony Mackie does a really good job in that role. Like, normally, like, he's playing fucking Falcon or whatever, right? In Marvel and bullshit, right? Or he's playing an asshole in 8 Mile. You know, like, he hasn't had one of those, like, oh, he's just a guy like us type role in ever. Twisted Metal gave him that. He feels like just like one of us at that point, you know? Exactly, Sakurai. Like, it's amazing. Like, holy shit. But the fact that Anthony Mackie played such like an everyman role, I think that was like the perfect thing he could have done. Because all of his other roles, he's either a jerk or a superhero, you know? But not a superhero you can relate to. Ooh, Luna, 4-ply? Oh my God. Wait, are they planning a season 2? I didn't know that, RJ. I thought they were one and done. Yeah, I didn't know 4-ply was actually a thing. I didn't know 3-ply was a thing, actually. Let me just point that out. I thought they were joking about 3-ply being a thing. I know, bidets exist, but do you need a bidet if you got 4-ply toilet paper? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, no. We all need a bidet for the inevitable, like, next pandemic. It'll happen, right? It's going to happen eventually, like, definitely within our lifetime. Just get a bidet. Or have a couple hand towels you don't care about. Wait. Did I just pour only Coca-Cola in this? I think I did. For anyone reading between the lines, yes, Sakurai puts Coca-Cola in their bidet. I don't know if you wanted like to spell that out, but I think other people needed to understand that. Because that's what you're saying, right? I'm not knocking it. Yeah, the fizziness actually sounds really nice. That actually sounds amazing. Yeah, touche. Well played. I like that. That's how we know you're basically a billionaire at this point, though, right? Come on. Yeah, I mean, that's just science. Yeah, come on. Same, Sabers, same. Yeah, for sure. All right, okay, so hold on, real quick. Yeah. I didn't reboot this whole API, so we're good there. We don't have to do that part. I don't need to save this endpoint that I don't think I changed anything on anyway. Yeah, we added the confirm delete modal on this page. Let's also do it on the balances page. I mean, X Factor. Depends on how you classify tomorrow, because it's already tomorrow. According to my clock. Just saying, like, come on, man. This is already a tomorrow stream. So hold on. Over on YouTube, Ayushman said, bidet? You mean B-Day? Are you having your B-Day right now? Is the day that you bought your bidet your B-Day bidet? Or bidet B-Day? How do we feel about that, right? If you have owned a bidet for a whole year, does that make it your bidet B-Day? We talk about important things on stream. I'm maybe not going to send that one to LinkedIn. I think we nailed it. I think we're good. I don't think it's a LinkedIn post, okay? We can save other shit posts for LinkedIn. Right? Other people post way worse shit posts to LinkedIn, but we don't have to stoop to their level. No, if we do it right, people post it to Reddit for us. That's the science of it. Yeah. If you have a tweet or Blue Sky post that's that good, someone will post it to LinkedIn and Reddit for you. All right, so anyone who's a fan of Pinback, this shit's by Rob Crow. He is one half of Pinback. I don't know if you realize, but Pinback is just two guys. In the concert, you might see them with a full band. That full band is not Pinback. Pinback is just two people. Rob Crow and Armistead Burwell Smith the third or some bullshit like that. Obviously, someone with the name Armistead, they're obviously the third or more, right? But yeah, Pinback fans, where you at? Oh, I'm the only one. Well, shit. All right, so real quick, we're on the balances page. Yeah, we got some stuff we haven't set yet. Let's bring in confirm delete modal. No big deal. Nice and easy. Some of this other shit. Yeah, sure, let's do that. Ooh. I'm a big fan of Pinback. I like a lot of their songs. I love like 3 of their songs, and this is one of them. Like somehow this song makes me like makes me feel something that a lot of songs just would love to make me feel, but they can't. All right, so balance ID though. Hold on. This is the 3-ply song for sure. Yes, absolutely. Can we make that a thing? Right? Like, oh, I would love it if we created a way of describing music. Right? Like, yeah, that song, it's good. It's a 2-ply song, but man, this other song, that's a 3-ply song. For sure. If we can, like, actually trace the origins of describing music to this stream based upon describing plies, that would be amazing. I believe that would be my Thor, right? Like, Pirate Software moment, right? Like, sure, he put in the effort of doing really good work on YouTube Shorts. Instead, we just coined the metric of music of being 2-ply, 3-ply, or possibly even 4-ply. That might be the way I make it. I'm okay with that. I'm down. I'm into it. More than music. Yeah, for sure. Like, you know, yeah, plywood's good, but if you could use some, like, good, like, oak on your flooring here, that would be majorly, like, 2, maybe even 3-ply. If you want to use like aged oak, well, yeah, that would be 4-ply for sure. Ooh, this right here, this is a 3-ply stream. Damn right. For sure. Oh, the Prime Engine's just gaming today? Yeah, that's just a 2-ply stream. Oh, wait, he's actually like ranting about something I care about? Oh, that's a 3-ply stream for sure. I think we can make this happen. I think we can totally make this happen. That was your 3-ply reply. Ooh, damn, RJ. Nailed it. Yeah, that's a 3-ply song. For sure. Come on. I don't need to walk around in circles. I love this fucking song. This song's a 3-ply song for sure. Even with the dissonant notes. Right, Sakurai? Like, it can be discordant and still, like, aesthetically pleasing. Yeah, this is a band from the late 90s, and I got to see them in concert. When I was walking in late, they started playing my favorite song by them. Soul Coughing. Yeah. If you ever want to know a song I'm playing, no matter where I'm playing it from, my bot should be able to do that, unless the bot crashed. So anytime there's Sakurai, just let me know. So, RJ, I mean... Stream Parrot's a thing, and then emotes. You can see the full list of emotes we have. Do you have enough channel points to propose it? Because, come on. You gotta earn it. Anyone else with the channel points to spare could fill in. Obviously, like, this is a community. I don't. Yeah, see, you got the channel points to spend anyway, so why not? Bowling for Soup. Luna, I'm not aware of the band. I've actually seen them referenced in social media and had no idea what they even did. Are they good? My favorite lyric is, yeah, the gas ran out, just wreck it, you insured the thing. That's one of my favorite lyrics, right? Oh, the gas ran out, just wreck it, you insured the thing. Like, dude, that's, oh my god, like, that is such, like, a pure lyric. Alright, so you're saying Bowling for Soup is really good. Alright, I'll check them out. This is that same band, Soul Coughing. It's a different song if you didn't know, but yeah, this song's good too. Yeah, no worries, RJ. If you want to come back and use those channel points as you see fit, you got it. If I'm not going at that time because it's already 12:40 a.m. and my neighbors are probably already pissed that I'm still going this late, Feel free to use these channel points tomorrow instead. Sakurai, yeah, terrible thoughts happen. They only have power if you let them have power. As a simple example, every time I'm on a chairlift, I think, well, it'd be so easy if I just jump off. Why would I do that? Like, no one should ever do that. Like, but I could do it. It's so easy. I'm here on the chair. And that thought makes me grip the fucking handrails even harder. On the chairlift, snowboarding. Even though I've ridden that same chairlift 1,000 times or more. Those kinds of intrusive thoughts are not something you can prevent. Only thing you can do is recognize them as just simple, intrusive thoughts that don't matter. So that's up to you, right? They don't have power unless you give them power. Everybody has thoughts like that. Intrusive thoughts are just simply a thing. It's not your fault for having them. It's only your fault if you let them have power. Yeah, everyone has terrible thoughts all the time. The only time it's a problem is if you let them actually be a problem. Disregarding them means that you still control what you're doing. Not just these weird intrusive thoughts controlling your brain. So, no matter what, Sakurai, have the weirdest thoughts you want. They only matter if you let them. Well, I mean, you can't say that. Obviously, I'm going to go look. Come on. Obviously, I'm going to go look. So, hold on, Sakurai. What you're describing is basically Waterworld. That shit's fine. Like, nah, man. No, that's actually, like, no, that makes sense. Yeah, you pee into a bush and you extract the fucking water from it, and then you drink that water. Duh. That was already said in Waterworld. That movie was made 30 plus years ago. Like, don't feel bad about that. You're good. You just took it to the furthest extreme. Technically, you'd be fertilizing your fucking plant that's growing your lemons with that instead. Just saying. Yeah, you pee into a bush to get drinkable water. You poop into a bush to grow lemons. Boom. Problem solved. No big deal. That's not even crazy. Like, there was a film made about that already. Kevin Costner basically bankrupted a studio, spending $1 billion on that film. Yeah, that shit happened 30 years ago, man. Come on. Shit. Not literally, but you know what I mean. That's fine. You missed out. Oh, some of the greatest films burned the most amount of money for terrible premises. For every Jurassic Park, there was a Mortal Kombat the movie. Or Super Mario Brothers the movie. Or Waterworld. Like, dude. People only remember the good stuff from the 90s. They forget all the terrible films that got made to make that stuff happen. So Sharknado was mid-2000s, but also, I agree. Yeah, you know, whatever. Okay, so Sakurai, here's my favorite part about Mortal Kombat. If you go look at the early reviews of Mortal Kombat the film shit on Goro as practical effects and somewhat bad animatronics. Meanwhile, they praised things like Scorpion's fucking hand bullshit, right? Get over here. And they praised Reptile and other shit. If you go rewatch that movie, you know what the only thing that actually holds up and is even somewhat relevant today? Goro. Because Scorpion's get over here thing, ugh, dude, those effects suck. Right? Dude, Reptile? Ugh. Fucking awful, dude. Really bad. The only thing that holds up from that film is the practical effects of what people shit on back in the 90s. So never listen to what people say in the moment. Dude, movie critics especially. Movie critics are the fucking worst. They have no idea what they're talking about. All right, so we got to figure out what the right value here for the balance ID is. And yes, I know. I'm 11 hours in. Have I done anything since 9 hours in? A little bit. We're getting there. This is a tortoise and the hare situation, right? The hare might be concerned with how much I've gotten done, but they'd be sleeping right now. Meanwhile, the tortoise is fuck it. I can have another whiskey. Why not? And I might correct these bugs, or I might just go to sleep. I'll do whatever the fuck I want. Be the tortoise. Sakurai, I don't think it was as hard of a sell as you're thinking. The Super Mario Brothers movie was given to people who had never directed anything ever before. They had never directed anything of consequence ever before, and they were given the entire creative control of the Super Mario Brothers movie with Bob Hoskins, Anthony Hopkins, and John Leguizamo as the leads in this film. And they had never directed any major film before that. Nah, man. It was not hard to sell some studio on, let's make something out of a video game that sold a lot. Technically, it got harder after those people fucked it up. It got a lot harder after those people fucked it up. But getting that role, getting that directing gig, I believe you just needed a pulse. I still question if the directors had that. It was like a brother and sister duo. Wait, hold on. 2-bit. Super Mario Brothers, the movie, actually got kudos? I don't remember that at all. I remember it being massively panned in every regard. During the filming of it, John Leguizamo and sorry, I said Anthony Hopkins. I meant Dennis Hopper earlier, but not Dennis Hopper. Bob Hoskins, Bob Hoskins and John Leguizamo were drinking the entire fucking film. Now, granted, I believe Bob Hoskins was feeding John Leguizamo the whiskey, because he's British, obviously, duh. But yeah, Dennis Hopper is the bad guy in that film, not Anthony Hopkins, sorry. Big mistake mixing those up. Totally different people. But Dennis Hopper, as the bad guy, I bet was wishing he could sip on that whiskey with them, but they were never in the same scenes together. Poor Dennis Hopper. The film would have been better if Dennis Hopper and Bob Hoskins were drinking together. I'm just going to put that out there right now. And yeah, Quantum Apprentice, are you still out there? I know, I'm sorry, I didn't give you the deference that you deserved. Are you still chilling, man? I'd love to chat more about what you were working on. I'm sorry, my bad. I owe you such a fucking raid. Dude, I was hoping to raid you, but I'm still going for some reason. I blame the holiday, or the whiskey, or anything else, but you know what? I'm still doing it, so whatever. But yeah, we do need to set some state. Yeah, we do need to set some state. On the balance we've selected. Ooh, this version of this song's amazing. This is the only version of this song that you can actually, watch at work. There's a version of this, song with a music video that is comprised of, 70s porn clips in which they are basically lip syncing the song, but it's definitely not safe for work. That said, that's oh my god. Could you imagine how much 70s porn the artist for this song had to watch to make that video? Every lyric he's singing, he found some 70s porn clip to at least mouth the syllable for that word. And there is very little overlap. Yeah, exactly. Oh god. That is more porn than any single human being should ever be forced to watch. Nobody forced him to do it, by the way. He did it of his own volition. You should be very happy that he is probably very sad about it. I could pass you the link, but would that get me banned? I don't know. I'm just saying, the artist is Mr. Bruce. The song is Burning Down the House. Right now, the version we have just has, the album cover version. But holy shit, if you find the music video version, Good luck. Good luck. Like, dude, like, yeah, I motioned one of the things they might do during that portion of the song. You don't even need the internet. It's on YouTube. Like, you can find it on YouTube. You don't need Internet Archive. It's there. It's it's totally there right now. You can find it without any weird shit. Just Google the artist and the name of the song, Burning Down the House by Mr. Bruce, and you'll find two versions. One is very much not safe for work. I mean, there's a way to get that as well. I won't tell you how, but you're capable. You got this. You have the technology. You can rebuild it. Oh, not that. Oh, hold on. I only want to do these ones. Ah, shit. So it's only those three. Oh. All right, so balance ID to be deleted. And then confirm name value. Oh, shit. So it should actually be, instead of balance ID to be deleted, it should be balance to be deleted. Ooh, and here's the sadder version of what I need to describe. This artist is Mr. Bruce again. Mr. Bruce was one half of the band called The Correspondents. This song is about Mr. Bruce finding the other part of his original band dead in his front hallway. It's a little sad. Like, it's actually kind of a bummer. It's a good song, though. The Correspondents also made a really good song that you might have heard before, and we'll play it after this. But I don't want to disrespect this song by interrupting it. All right, so when this song's over, I'll play the song that they made together as The Correspondents, and you may have heard other stuff too. But yeah. Now this song's actually like kind of really nice as like a tribute. So instead of balance ID to be deleted, it's balance to be deleted. And then we will set that value as we go. I think that is more like broadly applicable there. And then balance to be deleted ends up being that part, and we're kind of good. So if business and balance to be deleted, hold on though. Ah. All right, so yeah. Right, we got the new balance button, balance is mapped. We get like the menu and the thing that we click, right? If we want to delete this thing, yeah, this menu item, it needs an on click. And hold on. Yeah, that song is in tribute to the other half of the correspondence that passed away. So let's listen to a correspondence song. Fear and Delight is the song you've probably heard. It's a great fucking song. Right? The dude that passed away, if you're watching the video, is the dude in the middle playing the little mini keyboard. Right? It's a fucking great song. So yeah, like the stuff we just heard, Mr. Bruce is like the singer guy. The guy that passed away is like the main dude behind the music, right? And yeah, it's actually like really sad. It's a really good song though, you know? Caravan Palace. I don't know any of that reference, but okay. I like the way he says all the way through the night. Like, very Cockney, you know? Oh, it's a very happy song. Yeah, this song's very happy. Like, no, this song's great. Yeah. I mean, it gets a little darker in this part. Sure. No, it's a good song. Like, yeah, for sure. 12 hours? Wait, are we at 12? No, we're only at 11. Come on. My oven is heated up. So yeah, I will have a chicken pot pie for dinner tonight. So, 2-bit pixel. Why did I choose Mantine? Because Mantine comes with a lot of stuff. Right? Like, look at it. Mantine comes with all their hooks, right? Like use click outside and all this other BS. Like, oh my god, like so much. They come with a form abstraction. And yeah, hold on. I don't want to hear that. You know what I do want to hear? Oh shit, we haven't listened to this for ages. Come on, give me a second. Many Men, but not just the 50 Cent version. The Bardcore version. If you're not hooked on Bardcore yet, you will be. I don't even like the original of this song. I fucking love this song. Right? In this stream, we tend to discuss bopology. Like, how does your head want to bob to a song? This song is purely a diagonal bob song, and that's how you know it's really fucking good. Right? Like, some songs you might do like the, you know, right? Parabola or pendulum bob. You might do the straight up head and down. This song gets the pure diagonal bob. This is a diagonal bob song. I don't know what the Indian bob means. I have no idea. No clue. No idea. Maybe, is that like the figure eight bob? Right? Like the Stevie Wonder bob? Right? We can Stevie Wonder bob to this song. That's fine. I think Stevie Wonder bob is totally acceptable, right? Right? Yeah, right? Like the bartender doing like the bottle fucking notes. Yeah, I get it. I get it. Is that the Indian bob? I'm into the sideways bob, for sure. Yeah, I don't think this song is a sideways bob song, but I definitely know of like some Django songs that are a sideways bob for sure. Okay, so the Indian bob is the side to side. I'll play a song that I think is an Indian bob, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. So Sakurai, like, I disagree. Some songs, even slow, are not necessarily like sideways bob songs. I don't know how to describe it, and I'm not sure if you even have to agree. I'm just saying from my own personal perspective. However, I believe there is a Django song I am thinking of. Shit. It's on like the Marble Skies album, I think. Fuck. No, hold on. Django albums. Oh, it's on the Born Under Saturn album. And it is Found You. I believe this song. Dude, fucking YouTube. I clicked the song I wanted and you're not even gonna play it? Oh my god. You, like, Google, you're fucking up. Django Found You. I believe this song is a sideways bop. This might be the Indian bop. Now, this is a sideways bop. Like, y'all can disagree. This is a sideways bop. There's no way you can bop to this song other than sideways. Diagonal doesn't feel right. Up and down? Now, like, maybe the V-bop or the parabola bop or whatever. But nah, like, this is sideways bop. No, just listen to the tempo. This is actually, like, a somewhat fast tempo. Like, nah. We're at like 100 BPM for sure. There's plenty of stuff that people would consider fast that does not fit the sideways bop. Maybe the tempo of the bass line. Yeah, if you want to make that constraint, I can't argue it. But yeah, the tempo of this song totally matches a bunch of other stuff that fits other bops. The bass line might actually determine what you're talking about. Ayushman, I don't know, man. Do you think that's something we want to discuss right now? I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know, man. I'd rather just bop to the song. Can we just do that instead? Like, this part feels higher tempo, but it only benefits from side to side, you know? I don't know what makes this a sideways bop song. I have no idea. I haven't broken it down, but it definitely is, right? Like, anyone from India who embraces the Indian bop, the zigzag bop. Ooh, okay, so that gets way more intense than I can even debate. This is a sideways bop song. Okay, all right, I get it, Sakurai. I just don't know, man. if I want to like pace it and like double bop to the beat, I'm still going side to side with it. Like, I don't know. There's something about this beat. You might do a little figure eight to it. This is just a sideways bop beat. Like, sorry, that's bopology. Like, you can't fight the bopology, man. You can feel differently, but you're just wrong. That was a sideways bop song, you know? I don't know, like, yeah, that's really hard to describe. All right, this might be a V-bop song. This is not a sideways bop song. Nah, something feels wrong doing the sideways bop to it. This is a V-bop song. Right? With maybe a little like forward sway, right? You can like involve the like the chin. It's still a V-bop though. It's not a side bop. Yeah, I don't know. Like, bopology. There is a science to bopology. And I haven't, like, discerned it down to, like, its core, like, tenets. But, man, you definitely know when you feel wrong bopping the wrong way to a song. This is a V-bop song. Like, there's no doubt in my mind that this is a V-bop song. Could this be an infinite sign bop? Only if you're blind. I'm kidding. Like, I could see the infinite bop. I could see that. The infinite bop does feel right too, right? It's just not a side to side. Side to side doesn't feel right. Straight up and down doesn't feel right. So V-bop and infinite bop, I think, are actually closely related, and that becomes taste. So I think V-bop with head tilts is just, you know, infinite bop with more words. At that point, I think Bite Chipper would, like, agree with that statement. So V-bop with accents is basically just an infinite bop with more words. Hold on. It depends on if you have your eyes closed while you're doing it. Eyes open, it's a V-bop. Eyes closed, it's an infinite bop. We state dropping. How do you feel about that? Again, you can disagree. This is not science, right? This is a debate. Bopology is not an established science yet. We're working on it, okay? It takes the best minds among us to actually figure out the science of it. So yeah, Bite Chipper, Sakurai, Irishman, right? It's a team effort. Nobody's right, nobody's wrong. We're trying to understand it together. Bopology is important. Yeah. No. This is its own specific science that has not been recognized by the greatest minds among us. But hold on, we are the greatest minds among us, so we're okay with it. Okay? Right? I think we're there. So, Bite Shipper, come on, man. You were not disregarded. Your opinion was massively influential. Like, come on, don't abandon us. I think, yeah, this song starts out as a vertical bop. Maybe the side motion is at like a different ratio. The ratio of vertical bops to side bops is greater than 1-to-1. So it feels like a vertical bop. The right way to do this is to like actually reduce the bops, right? Like 4 bops a minute can be reduced to 2 bops a minute, and it's still technically the same tempo. So yeah, reduce your bops per minute by half, and you get like a pure vertical bop. But if you increase it, then it becomes like a bit of a side to side. I do not have a PhD in bopology because that like study of curriculum doesn't exist yet. It's a slow V-bop, right? And when reduced down, it feels like a straight up and down bop. But if you increase the tempo of the vertical, like bops, then the x-axis actually like increases. I can see that. Yeah. Ooh, that's science. Bopology. Yeah, this is bopology. Like, honestly, how you bop your head to music, I think there is science behind that. We need to create the bop foundation. Yeah, exactly. Right? There's the Cloud Native Computing Foundation. There should be, right, the HBF, the Head Bopping Foundation as well. That's just science. Yeah, this is like a V-bop on a long enough time frame. Interesting. Oh, we could definitely write a bot. Like the Bopology bot. Bot Bopology. We could write something that tries to determine the bopology of a song, right? Like topology, but bopology. It's a different thing. Someone should write that AI, for sure. The 2024 Act of Bops. Yeah, Head Bopping Regulation and Encouragement Act. HB RIA, as it will come to be known. Yeah, for sure. I think we could figure out a better acronym. So here's the thing, Sakurai. Could you mix bopology with manipulation of the markets? Right? Does bopology and popular modern music determine the current stock market, like pricing and predictability? It could. We won't know till there's study. So yeah, popular pop music and how their bopology works, does that influence the market in any significant way? And I don't know, man. You could probably secure at least a grant. Again, like, I don't know. That's up to you to prove. All right, so we just got a follow. We got a couple follows. Lucas, like 40 minutes ago. We haven't done anything since then, so yeah. How you doing? Hermoso, thank you, welcome. And Bueno Dev, yeah, we're enjoying a holiday weekend. Barely getting anything done, but I swear, I just did some code, right? I just put it in some pages and we can make some stuff happen. Like, come on. We can make it work. Nothing's fucked here, dude. I think we're actually kind of good. We might have actually just done it. Shit. Did we get code done and I wasn't even thinking about it? Man. No, that didn't do it. Well, shit. Oh, hold on. We're on the wrong fucking page. Hold up. That was the wrong page for all that. Yeah. We go to here. We click delete. Fuck. Well, shit, man. Wait, did we not? Okay, so that might be the moment at which I'm like, all right, shit. Have I had too much? Because I have no idea what's going wrong here. We got the modal showing. Where's this component that maybe I didn't finish yet? Come on, man. All right, balance form, I'll save. I don't think that mattered. Where the fuck is this delete whatever component? Confirm delete modal. All right, so someone was asking how I could prove out a reusability story for this delete modal. And I thought we were there, but I think I'm fucking up. I'm just not seeing it right now. Yeah, I don't know. I wonder if this is an issue with how the Mantine modals work. And maybe I need the Mantine modal manager to do so, but that doesn't feel right. I feel like that's actually the problem. Like, we got the Mantine modal root, but we're not getting anything to show within it. Yeah, I don't know the fix for this, and I don't think I'll get it tonight. Because, yes, we are late enough, and I got enough of the whiskey in me that I'm kind of just getting hungry. And I should eat some food and then get some sleep on it and then figure out why this thing that totally should be working is not working, because it's got to have something to do with my abstraction over the modal rather than like the modal being here. But yeah, poking at that is more than I care about right now. So yeah, we'll just go raid someone who's streaming right now. Damn, and I'm not even kidding. Like, I was actually really hoping to go raid Quantum Apprentice because I haven't had a chance to raid them in ages. But I just stayed up like drinking whiskey and chatting with y'all instead. So, I mean, I think it's fine. Whatever. I can raid Quantum Apprentice some other time. Whatever. I do see some people going. We see Sergeant Pepper doing some coding. I see Snowcone doing some coding as well. Pirate Software. You know what? Hold on. Whoa, holy shit. Wait, person I'm about to raid is also streaming for like 11 hours? Pirate Soft's working. They've been going 11 and a half hours. I've been going 11:46. Holy shit, they're like right at the same time. Well, you know what? Oh no, fuck it. Like, could we can like make them keep going? I don't know. They're a gaming stream. If they want to end their stream, I can ask. I can just ask them. All right, we're gonna go rate them. Yeah, for sure. They're a good dude. They're like, they have rated me over on gaming, which is insane because no one should rate me over on gaming, but they still do it. So yeah, they're awesome. They're gonna be playing some more Cyberpunk. They're mainly like a Cyberpunk gamer, and I think you will enjoy hanging out with them. I think you'll enjoy it. I think you're going to have a fun time hanging out, chilling, just doing the thing over there. So we are going to raid this person. They are a gaming streamer. We're late enough. Like, it's 1:40 a.m. for me. Like, holy shit, dude. So yeah, people on YouTube. Wow, you really suck it out with me, didn't you? Yeah, you totally did. For sure. So, yeah, YouTube, good night. I'll see you tomorrow.